Okay, everybody, I'm assuming you can see me and you can see my screen now, right? Just want to make sure of that before I start talking. All right. Well, yeah, guys, a very interesting reaction to the job numbers. I read this morning before the job numbers came out at about 8:30. The range I saw was between 1 and 4 million, and so we finished near the top of that, about 3.33, 3.4 million. But the market has completely and utterly shrugged that off so far. So very interesting. Now, let's not kid ourselves. A lot of people are saying, of course, is that not a lot of those claims have still not been processed yet. So we'll have to see what happens next week. But anyway, for the time being, the SPY has recovered. I don't know if we're positive yet. Yeah, we're actually basically neutral right now with the SPY. It's a pretty big limit that I saw, though, 1 to 4 million. Anyway, it is what it is, so we'll just have to play it how we see it today. I mean, it's a tremendous recovery. I don't believe that bottoming tail. I don't really think that happened. So let's take a look at some of the things that are happening. Well, of course, a lot of what I was looking at this morning was down, the airlines and the cruisers, but a lot of them have recovered, of course. Take a look at CCL. And actually, the other one, NCLH, was the one that I was looking at. Yeah, I mean, there it was sinking, and it popped on those jobless numbers. So let's take a look at some of the other things that are happening. Now, this is a non-virus play, and it is a VBLT. It's too bad. I mean, some of these, it's a very little company. They had positive phase 3 results. VBLT. A lot of these companies, of course, there's no notice whatsoever unless they put that we're doing something with the virus in their press release. Nobody cares right now. So anyway, VBLT did have a nice pop, got all the way up to 253, but it's pulled back almost $1. This is an interesting one. I mean, this has been in the news, before coronavirus took over. Right here. So WSG, Wanda Sports Group, I don't know if it's completely 100%, but $730 million sale of their Ironman group to a private company. So, I mean, $730 million. They have $27 million in the float. So this has really, really popped this one. But this rumor was way back here also. Okay, so we'll see what happens once the market opens. Interesting thing I'm seeing is a lot of these little financials, MFA, a lot of these little financials are just really moving here. We've got a couple of them. MFA. Yeah, it's too bad because when I had to reboot, well, here's some of those. I had a whole bunch of my gappers. So here they are right now. NRZ, NRZ. GPMT, MFA. Work is not one of them. Slack, though, guys. Slack is really ramping today. Out of curiosity, I have 3 screens. Beyond Meat, now has it recovered? Beyond Meat was down. Yeah, but a lot of stocks have recovered. They're going to look a lot like the SPY right now. Couple of earnings plays. Let's see if Signet now Signet actually was up. SIG, this was actually up anyway, but this is an earnings play, and so was MU. MU was up. Micron was up on earnings. And what else do I have here? CVNA Carvana was down. Let's see if it's recovered. Yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean, so many are just mirroring the SPY right now. So we'll just have to see once this market opens. I mean, can we actually really hold this gap? It's a little bit of a gap, not much, but Tilray also, yeah, Tilray I noticed too, TLRY. You know what, guys? I mean, the marijuana index is actually starting to look a little bit better. I mean, I know there's lots of news. You know, the cannabis stores have been deemed some store that can remain open. So again, guys, if you want to watch my watch list up and down and the repeating all day long, just click on New, Channel Bar, and there are my windows right there. Remember, everything here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. And again, I'm going to put the delay on it for 30 minutes. It's been working quite well this week. Not taking anything on the auto trading until 30 minutes into the market. So I'm just going to turn them on right now. Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, I'm seeing all. There's another one, this NLY. So a lot of these little. I don't even know what finance and insurance, just financials. Some of these little financials are really popping. Yeah, the chat can be popped out. Where do you do that here? If you can find that gear, the gear right there, and I haven't done this for a while. It's one of these detached chat. So it's right beside, if you can see the palette, the color palette right beside it, it says detached chat. Okay. Did I see? No, I didn't see it. Yeah, seeing it now. Actually, it's an earnings play too. Yeah, it is an earnings play. I think it. Yeah, didn't meet my. Well, when I first saw it, when I was first looking, it didn't meet the minimum volume requirements. So that's why I didn't see it, I guess. 500 million. Yeah, it's a big float. You mean Zoom? Not. Zoom. Well, I mean, obviously it's had a tremendous run. It's up along with work, though. I mean, I've been surprised that work has not done as well. Now maybe it's the float, 325 million. ZM I think has 100 million or so, 100 million. Yeah, 100 million. So that might be a bit of a reason. But work to me is they're in the same technology space, and it is having a great day. Somebody asked me, can they save the chat? Not sure. I think so. I haven't looked at that for quite a while. I think so. You're right. I mean, Zoom is probably way easier. I'm sure it is, but I was just surprised that we use Slack. We use Slack. Yeah, there's the two earnings plays, real. I'm with you on those two also. Two earnings plays, MU, SIG. For me, that's more in the price range that I like. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, my mic. Jeez, I'm having these audio issues. I cannot believe it. I guess you guys can hear me now, right? Okay. My computer needs an overhaul. Anyway, as I was saying, look at that tremendous. I mean, that is a tremendous run here. Remember this? These are 15-minute candles. Here's the SPY in the bottom right-hand corner. If you can see this, that's a tremendous run. No, that was my fault, Burn, on the mics or the mic. SIG will be pretty active. It only has 51 million in the float. It is an earnings play. I'm sure they were cringing having to release earnings. It happened pre-market right there. There's a tan area. Yeah, CSIQ is an earnings play also. CSIQ, yeah, now the volume is starting to pick up. CSIQ. This has some room. The 200-day moving average is 2023. And I'm sure we're going to get a lot of halts. Yeah, we're getting a lot of halts, and MFA just got halted. I'm almost not paying attention anymore. Look at STIM, guys. This is one that I was really kind of interested in yesterday. And it really, I mean, it popped, but it really didn't move once the market opened. But little movement now, not very much volume yet. All right, so much for the WSG. Again, that news, this is really old news, I think. I don't know if the dollar value was changed, but I mean, that rumor was way back here that they were selling their Iron Man franchise for, I don't know what it was back then, but it says 730 million today. But the market is starting to give that up now. WSG. NVT, look at NVT on the move here. Big pop for NVT, sorry, NVTA. Medical laboratories. All right, just keeping an eye on the SPY. Well, I mean, if the airlines keep recovering, well, I don't know what to say right now. I mean, it could be, but yesterday's high was six something, six. You have to keep an eye on the airlines. What are they doing with Sabre? Boy, it's still a great move. Okay, guys, early AI alert. Now, this is one I forgot to mention. This one, I don't know if it's going to continue, but CCO, I mean, it's up 67%. Clear Channel, CCO, huge gap. Got to keep an eye on it just in case it breaks right through that dollar level. I mean, look at the daily chart, maybe a dollar, and then after that, if it can, almost clear sailing to $2, almost. Yeah, that IVR is interesting. I know I had this as a short a while back, but what a great recovery. I think I shorted. I can't remember. I think I shorted it on this day, a couple of days ago or 3 days ago. Look at all these little trusts. They're just soaring here, crawling back. ABR. Here's another one. Oh, no, sorry. Not another one. Park. This has been halted. PK has been halted. I tell you, something has really put a charge into these little investments groups. I mean, some of these small ones. These little banks, regional banks, IBN, another. Well, this is out of, where are you? Out of India, IBN. This is the one I had a very nice trade in yesterday. I held it right to the bitter end, guys. JYNT. That was one from the AI. I don't have it anymore, but right to the bitter end. But it's a little bounce or pop. No volume yet. Okay, guys, again, if you have the AI, you know that I'm not a big fan of the early alerts. I wish they would delay it just even another 5 minutes, but doesn't mean that that one may not, it could come back. I'm certainly going to keep an eye on it. Market continues to surge here. So far SIG has done nothing. There's the highs. I'm going to stick a alert around 880 or so. Micron has done nothing. These are a couple of earnings plays. See if I can see a couple of other ones. ERJ is an earnings play. ERJ, not really doing very much. Okay, so this one, let's see if it takes out the high of the day later on. 1850 or so for a CSIQ. Another one that just got halted, MICR. All right, guys, there's Signet, SIG. There's like a little pop up here now. One of the very few earnings plays. close to that whole number. So I'm holding off this first 15 minutes, trying to, excuse me, trying to let things settle down a little bit. Yeah, there's a ton of halts. Yeah, RWT, it was halted at 9:38. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open in 9:43 plus 37 seconds if it opens in after 5 minutes. Yeah, actually, this was on my list too. The AIM, it's given quite a bit up though. There's a big pre-market pop. It is a virus play. Okay, let's see if Signet can take out 9. SIG. High 914. I'm just looking at some of the recent highs here. So 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago, it hit 914. There we go. Taking out 914 would be very bullish, I think, for SIG. It's fallen right back, so all right. This little one, it had the big day 2 days ago. IMAC, it dropped yesterday, but it's coming back. This is telehealth. Big volume, a lot of volume just coming in now to telehealth. Look at that, 500,000. Yeah, I don't think there's any volume yet for, just like yesterday. Yesterday was difficult. Yeah, there's no volume yet for joint JYNT. It's a great trade for me though. I have to admit, only one trade yesterday. Oh, it's hard to know. I mean, there's no volume. 2,000 shares. It's hard to know. I mean, the resistance area in theory on the daily chart will be about, 13. So 13, 14, sorry, around 14. So it's not hitting resistance like that, but there's no volume. It's funny though, no volume, yet the spread is not terrible. Yesterday there was way more volume and the spread was worse. AMRS. AMRS is having a nice day here. Now this is an interesting one. Take a look at the daily on this one, AMRS. So it's taken all this out today. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. Okay, if it, look at all your top list windows that you have, Puck Stopper, okay? all the top list windows that you have, even if you have them minimized. So it'll look at the top three as you have them sorted, and then it'll go on to the next one. Also, if you have your price alerts, if you have a price alerts window open, it'll look at the top three there. And if you have the AI, it'll look at the top three there also. And it'll just keep going and going and going. And there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, there's no setting that can say, I only want to see these top list windows or TNK, guys. Look at this one. TNK sinking here. TNK tanker. Yeah, Plin, I'm hearing. Yeah, Plin is on the move here. China Zhangtai Foods. I don't think I've ever seen this one. Plin. Look at this. But coming into a lot of resistance. That's a ton of resistance on that weekly chart for Plin, P-L-I-N, right around 4. All right, well, I'm glad I waited on the SIG, did not chase it. I have an alert set up in this area here. I think it has to take out that high from a few days ago. If it takes that out, then it's got a lot of room. But right now, I'm just sitting on my hands on this one. IMAX surging though, guys. IMAC is surging. And STIM, still messy. Yeah, forget about this one. Too messy. I mean, look at this. 174, then all the way down to basically flat. So I'm just going to forget about that one. Work is just what this has been. Now there's a red bar ignored actually for work on the 5-minute chart. There's that red bar totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Price moved above the high of the red bar, which is 28.70. Maybe coming into this is probably some resistance. If it can crack this though, it has some room. And that is work. Yeah, there's still no volume for joint, JYNT. Let me see my price alert window. I don't have it up all the time anymore. I just... Seems to be right. 844 for Signet now. It is like a chart, 15-second or 10-second update, but it seems to be there, 854. So mine are. Remember, it is like the charts, right? Price alerts, in terms of the updating, it'll be a 10-second refresh. All right, guys, I'm getting interested again, and there was only one Holly alert. Getting interested in it though. It got stopped out, but now it's come right back up. As I say, I'd like to see a delay on that. Maybe not have it 5 minutes after the market opens, but anyway. But I'm definitely interested in it now. Yeah, GPMT. Another one is little trust financial vehicles. Yeah, I'm just watching. I have NCLH thumbnailed, and it was just sinking, sinking, sinking. Yeah. So this. Oh, sorry, it popped now. Well, it's all over the place. Very difficult to intraday trade this one. All right. Well, I'm losing interest now in that AI alert now that it dropped again. What time is it now? 9:52. So we'll start getting some alerts no earlier than 10 o'clock in this window. Very interested to see what sort of alerts we get this morning. I wasn't too hopeful because, at the beginning, the market was down in the pre-market, and I thought when the numbers came out, it might really tank. Most of the most of the stocks in the watch list, of course, are on the high bias, not a low bias, because of what's happened with the market the last 2 days. So I was thinking, okay, how many? Not like there weren't too many that had gapped down yesterday. But now that the market is putting in a nice day so far, so we should start getting some in the watch list up at 10 o'clock. Yeah, the cannabis index definitely has obviously made a turn here. There's a nice weekly chart. And there's Tilray. Tilray been a little bit erratic, but had a decent day yesterday, but it did sell off. And now look at this, Tilray trying to fill this gap. All right. Well, Micron, actually, one of the few earnings plays, Micron, MU, is starting to give it up a little bit. Signet, let's see what Signet is doing. Yeah, I would I have to wait for that 9 break again, and maybe even 9:14. Another little investment, AJNC. Little financial instrument. Another one, MTG. Yeah, we watched this one yesterday, Tattoo yesterday. Yeah, like what? Nothing. lot of volume, but doing nothing. No, Brad. So left click on the chart to make it the active chart. Okay, then control key on your keyboard, keep it pressed down. Now you probably can use, yeah, you at this point, but you have to have the control key pressed down. You can use your arrows. Okay, I use the zoom, or I use my scroll wheel on my mouse, scrolling in and out. Okay, but you have to have the control key pressed down. I've got 39,000. I have 39,000 for GTBIF. So when you say zero volume, it's Pink Sheet stock, Canadian company, I think. Oh no, it isn't. I'm sorry. Oh, that's the right. This is weren't these the first U.S. based, not co-listed stock in in cannabis? Wasn't that the first one? It's but it is a pink sheet stock. Headquartered in Chicago. I think this was the first listing, I believe, of a U.S. based cannabis play. Boy, look at the SPY, guys. This is quite unbelievable action here. Look at that on that 15-minute chart. There's the pre-market right at 8:30. This is when the jobless numbers were released, and it's just been steady up, 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 up. Hard to believe. Now, the interesting thing to me, let me take a look at some of these because these were, I believe these were surging before. Yeah, I mean these were surging before the jobless numbers came out. I mean, like an MFA. I'm just looking at these very small financials in the financial sector. After hours, it surged. It held in the pre-market. Remember now, the numbers had not come out yet. There's a candle, but they were holding in the pre-market. And then when the numbers came out, they popped again. Another one, NYMT, another one. Look at these bottoming tails on the weekly chart for NYMT. I'm sure a lot of them are going to look like this. Yeah, I'm interested in this one. It's a big float, 188 million, but over that whole number, obviously. Now let's see. If you look left on that daily chart, you know what? It's got probably some resistance right around 3 days ago. And where's the high? It's 249 though. Could have a little bit of run left in it for NYMT. But interestingly, my alerts have just dried up. Not getting anything new. Urenda, this one was just absolutely creamed. Post market, March 25th. So they released earnings after hours yesterday. YRD, China stock. Now there's CSIQ right at the high now. It is an earnings play, CSIQ. Nautilus, home gyms, of course. Nautilus, of course, they sell. I guarantee that they sell mainly to gyms. I shouldn't say that. I mean, they advertise for home use too, but anyway, NLS is on the move here. It's yeah, it's well, I'm not doing anything with it until it has to take this out. I think right here, all this out. I mean, if it does, then you're going to give up 50 cents or something. But if it does, I mean, look at the room it's got. And 200-day is up here, so yeah, I'm with you, real. I have an alert set right. I'm a little higher, but 914 is the high of 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago for Signet SIG. So okay, so yeah, so it took this one GPMT, on auto trading. Now it already was fairly extended, so it's a fairly wide stop. 549 is the stop, so see if it can rebound a little bit. Now this is my simulator, guys, so I have the auto trading on for my watch list up and down, okay? I will auto trade the entries and manage the exits. Now this hit 650 or so. So let's see if it can crawl back. There we go. Starting to crawl back a little bit. And of course, it still has a ton of room. GPMT has a ton of room. Just waiting on this one. I'll probably take this in my real account if it gets up to the 640 level. It'd be a bit of a chase, but it's got a ton of room. Yeah, Tilray, wow, is right. And Nautilus too, NLS probably has a lot in the, actually it doesn't have a lot in the float. 28 million in the float for Nautilus, NLS. How's CGC doing? I bet you CGC is doing pretty well. Canopy. Yeah, Canopy is doing very well also. Very well. Difference between Canopy and TLRY though. Look at the float, 79 million in the float for TLRY, and CGC has 219 million, so almost a 3 times difference. Yeah, I don't know why I said higher. I know. I'm still muddling around or fiddling around with my audio here on my side, not on your side. Hopefully I'm clear after the, you can probably hear me pouring my coffee. Okay, guys. Well, I told you what I was going to do in the GPMT. Now, I don't know if it's going to be a scalp for me or not, but I'm just watching it now. I don't know if it's going to be a scalp. I have to watch the SPY. Okay, guys, just watching the price action on the GPMT. All right, I took some out at 655. I got in at luckily fairly good fill at 637. I'm watching it right now. I'll post it later. I have to keep watching the time and sales. That's what I'm talking about right there. Watching the time and sales for GPMT. And I see it took CNO also. And this could be interesting. CNO, another one of these financials. Definitely interested in this one. I mean, it's exactly the same as GPMT when you look at the weekly and the daily charts. Not exactly, but very similar. Okay, give me one moment. Okay, I did take some more out, guys. I'm really having to watch this. Okay, I don't want to give up any gains on that GPMT. I took some more out. I'm waiting on the CNO now to see if it cracks 14 in a big way. GPMT. Wow. Okay. So even though it seemed late, this is pretty exciting, guys. I mean, I saw all this action in the pre-market. So I did sell some more at 670. So I'm in at 637. Sold some at 655 a little bit. Sold a more chunk at 670, but boy, it's over 7 now. Holy smokes. There was the original alert at 637. This could give us $1 here. Thank you, Mike. I'm talking to Mike in the YouTube feed. Okay, I will try to quickly. If you're wondering why I don't put them in immediately, because they're so fast moving. All right, well, at this point, I'm surprised that hasn't been halted yet. Okay, guys, I'm all out of it now. I mean, I'm all out of it now. It can do whatever it wants now, but I'm all out of it. going to put my marks here. My last one was at 763. Whew. ONDK, guys. This was really alive a couple of days ago, I think. ONDK. Give me this. Okay. So next on my list is going to be the CNO to see if it can take this out again, the 14 again. Just watching the GPMT has not collapsed yet, so I'm going to watch the CNO, sorry, the CNO. So I'm going to stick an alert. It's in here, Drora. Just have to look at the up here, post alerts. I've already posted it, GPMT. And I'm waiting on the CNO. I see it took a BMRA short. Look at all these little financials that I don't really know anything about. Just tons of them. MIT over 5 now. Now this one is not as clean as the other ones. When I say that, you just have to look at the little jog here in the daily. I mean, it still has a ton of room. I mean, the high looking left is $6, but so today, definitely the ones to be following are these little like these guys here. There's MIT, GPMT. Now Plin did not. I don't know why Plin is. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's not in the same thing. I must have clicked on that. Let me get the GPMT again. So there's GPMT, MIT. Plin is in here. I don't know why. It doesn't seem like it should be. In fact, this is not correct. Somehow we don't have it segmented, the sector. Because obviously WSG and Tilray, etc. are not in that. I'm going to have to ask Brad why that is happening. I'm watching CNO, guys. What's the spread? 145 million in the float. So just going to watch CNO, sorry. See, well, it holds that 14 level. However, I'm looking at GPNT, and it is starting to fade quite a bit here. So I'm not looking to hop into this unless it really holds 14. CNO I'm talking about. Now this one is another financial, TWO, and it's gone long on that one also. I just want to I want to find out why we don't have a category for this. All right, guys, I mean, the CNO is really interesting. I mean, it has a ton of room still. The 200-day is way up here, so that's not an issue. I keep missing it. Ah, shoot, I keep missing it. I'm trying to get that CNO, but I kept missing it. Trying to get a slightly better price, and I've missed it. Oh well, c'est la vie. I mean, it can keep going. I was trying to get it at 14.15, and a little bit stubborn. Only because, wow, look at the market though. I mean, it's still putting in another nice little pop here. Boy, we might wipe out the high of last week. And this keeps going. Okay, well, guys, I'm definitely interested in the second AI alert. It's hanging over that whole number. You're right, David. You can count too. Yeah, starting from 8:30 pre-market, 8 consecutive 15-minute candles, nary a red one. Okay, well, CNO came right back down. Excuse me, right back down. I'm going to flatten out of that position. Again, this is in the simulator. guys have been talking about trying to short. Yeah, it is shortable. You're talking about GPMT, right? You're talking about GPMT, so it is shortable at IB. How many shares? Oh, tons of shares. Were you talking about GPMT? Real? About not being able to short it at TOS? Interesting, because there are lots and lots of shorts at Interactive Brokers. Okay, not as interested now in that second AI alert. Looks like a lot of these are starting to fade now. The TWO, of course, the GPMT. I mean, probably a ton of profit taking. The CNO. CNO is hanging in. Has a lot more in the float than GPMT, I believe. Let me see how many. Yeah, 51 million here, and there are over 100 in the 145. So about 3 times the float for CNO. Which one are you talking about? You're talking about Are you guys talking about GPMT in terms of short selling? Well, unless I'm typing in the wrong symbol, I don't see a short sell restriction at all. I haven't tried to short it, but it says 1.27 million shares available. Still watching that very first AI alert, guys. It is got some bottoming tails now in. I'm waiting to see if it takes out where the alert was. Okay, for that first AI alert. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to raise the stop. I'm going to raise it right up here, right to about there. Okay, right on the chart. So there's my stop. It might take me out right now. Zoom or ZM? Oh, it's a pink sheet stock. Zoom. Is this what you're talking about? Zoom or ZM? Okay. Okay, guys. Well, I took a counter AI trade. I went the other way. Let's take a look at the SPY now. Guys, it's 10:30 almost, so this is typically when I go over. Okay, guys, there's Signet. Now, Signet is now at that level. Okay, at the high of 4 days ago. What? 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago, and it is an earnings play. So as long if the market keeps moving like this, well, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome. Another exciting day. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format every Monday to Friday from 9 to 3 p.m. I'm just watching the SIG, guys. I'm just concentrating on the SIG to see if it really takes a pop from here. This is the area of interest that I have. Just watching it, see if it gets up to the 920s. So welcome to the room. I'm sharing a lot of scans. If you are a Trade Idea subscriber and you click on the scans tab, there are all the scans that I am sharing, okay? Also, if you click on the room drive icon, looks like a half open folder. If you click on that, scans that I share, you can download them all. And the links that I'm going to talk about, you can download those also. And they will go to a Word document so you can look at everything at your leisure. Just give me a moment here, guys. I'm just trying to keep an eye on this SIG, SIG. See if it takes a massive pop through 920, which will probably get me in. How do I adjust the stop on the chart? Let's take a look. Do I have anything open yet? So there's the 2, right? See how, okay. So you see the line there? There's the red line. And you just move it up and down. Okay. I'm going to go over a lot of this. So once if you have an order and you have the stop right on the chart, a red line, then you can just move it up and down as you see fit. Okay, makes sense, Andre? Okay, great. Well, I don't know if you can hear the frustration in my voice, but anyway, there goes the SIG, guys, SIG. Well, you heard Real talk about it. You heard me talk about it. Fortunately, I just got distracted a little bit and I didn't get the fill I wanted. So anyway, definitely watching that first AI alert though, as it starts to base right around the target or right around the alert price. Sometimes the pitfalls of moderating a room, you get distracted just at the wrong moment. But anyway, there goes the SIG, guys. Once it took out that high of 4 days ago, which was 914, looked pretty set. Still has a lot of room. All right, I'm going to go over some of the links right now. Yeah, thank you, Sam. Yeah, listen, I mean, Real pointed it out early. This is one of the few earnings plays. You know, I was waiting for a 914 break. So, you know, if other people took it, that's great. Okay, links. So I'm going to go over the AI and Brokerage Plus in more detail, but first I just want to talk about the training, Monday to Friday from noon to 1 o'clock Eastern Time. So this is kind of this is the format on our YouTube feed now. So I start the YouTube feed. I go from 9 to about 11:55, all Eastern Time, of course. Then the other guys take over. One of the traders slash trainers takes over from 12 to 1, and then I resume from 1 to 3. That's on the YouTube feed. Webinars, we have 4 of them a week, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They are all archived. You should have the latest beta. The latest beta, you'll know if you don't. If you have the single stock window open and you don't have a similar tab, or if you don't have the buy and sell right on the chart, it's going to be hard for me to watch SIG. If you don't have that, then you don't have the latest beta. So if you click on the link, you will be brought to the download page and just scroll down until you see beta, download it. The beta is 4.2.142. You can see what you have if you click on help and about, and I'm on a development version, but that's how you can find out what version you're on. You can, let's see now, I do a daily video between 1:15 and 1:45 every day. You can sign up for that. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Next test drive. So the next one, I guess we have firmed up the date. It was going to be May 11th, and it's still going to be May 11th. So the next test drive is on May the 11th. You can sign up for it right here, or fill this form out, and what will happen is a couple of weeks before the test drive starts, you'll get an email with all the sign-up instructions. Basically, the number one question we get is, do you have a free trial? And the answer is no, but we do this 4 times a year, in which will give you access to our full premium service. For up to 10 trading days, it will cost you $8.99. This offer is also, offer is also good for those of you who have our standard service and would like to upgrade to premium for those 10 trading days. Okay, so fill that out, and then you don't have to worry. You'll get a notification as to the exact details, how to sign up, etc. Okay. Subscriptions. If you can't wait, you want to take out a subscription right now. Well, here's a promo code right there, Barry4Alpha, Barry and Alpha all in caps, and then number 4. If you click on the subscription link, I'm going to show you how much Trade Ideas costs. Basically, you have 4 plans. The preferred plan, preferred plan. The big one is the premium yearly, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The huge difference is the AI plus the ability to auto trade anything. For that, you will need our premium service, which I'm going to go over all that. Now, of course, you do not have to start off with a big plan. You can always just try us out for a month. Standard monthly, $118 less the 15%. Now, I'm waiting for Real to say, wish you were aboard on the SIG. I'm waiting. I don't see it yet. All right. So there's the standard plan, $118 less the 15%, or the premium, $228 less the 15%. Again, the promo discount is only good for the first month. If you decide within 30 days that you'd like to upgrade, you can do so, and we'll honor the 15% promo code, okay? All right, let me just get back into... Oh, well, okay. I'm going to revel in this one, guys. I told you I went reverse on one of the AIs. Once I saw all those little mortgage or little financials starting to drop, so I can show you now. I don't care. I can show you. There was the alert at 590. It got over 6. I was almost going to take it on the long side, but I won't notice all the other ones were starting to drop. So I actually reversed and I went short just underneath 6. There we go. I was waiting for Real to say that. That's okay. See and the AI or my AI, I call it my AI, took it. Where do I locate where do you locate the promo code? Okay, so let me just pop it into the room, okay? Okay, there, put it in the stocks only, and okay, there's the promo code. And again, guys, my watch list is created for you guys every single day. No, not just for you guys, I'm using it almost extensively myself. So if you're new to Trade Ideas, not a lot you have to do. You just have to load my windows. Just click on New from the toolbar, New, and Channel Bar, and My Windows right there, and just wait for the alerts to happen. I'm not saying you have to take them right off the bat. You don't have to take any of them, but at least what I'm trying to do is getting you to focus on a very few number of stocks every single day. I'm just watching that first AI alert to see if it gets back up to the alert price. So far, no. I have an alert set there, a price alert set there. Meanwhile, still not a red bar. Okay, now guys, I have to talk about the AI. I don't have to, I want to. So the AI, basically we have what we call 50 baseline strategies, or what we call baseline strategies. I believe there are about 50 of them. So the AI waits for the market to close every day so that it has access to the latest market data, and then starts to take a look at all of the strategies. Now, this is not one of them, but if it were, takes a look at all the filters. The AI strategies have way more filters in place. Takes a look at the filters and makes adjustments to maybe the values, runs the back tester, sees what happens to the profit factor, win percentage, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in, etc., etc. Goes through this whole routine, this optimization routine, through all 50 strategies. I say it every day, but even to try to do one is a painstaking procedure. I don't do it anymore. I used to try to back test, but why do that? AI is going to do it for me. Tomorrow, then, we are presented with the strategies that made the cut. And I know I say this every day. I don't really give a rip about what strategies made the cut. All I care about are the alerts that we get from them. And I follow them all day long. Sometimes, you get an early alert. Maybe it gets stopped out. And then you can take a look at it later on. If it comes back up to the alert price, like I'm doing on that one. So for me, the AI is a great watch list. Not unlike my watch list, okay? So I use those kind of hand in hand together. That's where I found the JYNT yesterday. It's the only trade I took yesterday. It was from the AI. The buy alert, I didn't get in right at the buy alert, but the buy alert was at 10:15. So I use it basically as a watch list. I'm going to flatten out of the signet right now. And hope you traded some out. Now I want to talk about the other thing too is this, I get this a lot. You have your AI open and a lot of people say, well, I don't see any alerts. Well, this is what I would do. First of all, make sure you download the latest beta. Number one, if you download the latest beta, then you don't have to go through what you have to do right now. If you don't, you have to right click, go to segments and check all, okay? If you have the latest beta, all is the default now. So you'll see all the alerts in one window. So you just have to click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. And then incorporate this as part of your layout. That's what I do. I have this window on another monitor, of course. So I've got my layout here, and I've got other Trade Ideas windows, and then I just, on my other monitors, and then I just save everything to one layout. So I don't have to keep opening it every day. A lot of people I know are probably opening it from the channel bar. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, opening Omni AI, but remember, everything in a channel is a layout. So my word to you is, why do that? Or my several words to you is, why do that? Why not just have this window open and incorporate it as part of your layout? All right, now I want to talk a little bit about Brokerage Plus. Now, here's something I'm going to talk about the simulator. Now, everything I'm going to say, until I say you need premium, is part of our standard service, okay? So Nicole, yeah, you can download onto a Mac. I mean, you know the limitations. Are you using the web-based version? Though that version is for the app, but are you using a simulator on your Mac, or are you using the web-based version on your Mac? Just web-based. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, because that is the web-based versions come out as another upgrade. I'll be completely honest. I don't even know what you see for your single stock window in the web-based version. Let me just load it. I want to see. I don't even know what the single stock window looks like on the web-based version. Yeah, see, I don't think, I mean, I see insiders, I don't see simulator. I don't think so yet. I don't think that the similar tab is available. Let me just ask, okay? I'll just see if that, you definitely can't download that one, because that or what I was showing you, the download, because that is for the app. But let me just see. Okay, I've just asked a question, okay? So I'll see what the answer is on that one, okay, Nicole? All right, so let me talk about Brokerage Plus. So Brokerage Plus, this is what the Brokerage Plus window looks like, all right? Basically, it's a we'll call it a very fancy order entry screen in its most minimum use. So you can use it. You'll notice I've checked simulated trading. By the way, to load it, just click on New and Brokerage Plus. Okay, Brokerage Plus, the window will pop open. Probably there are some columns already. If you want to, you can take a look at all the columns that are available by right-clicking on one of the column headers and columns. Here are all the columns that are available. Okay. Also, these tabs that you see here, if you click on New within Brokerage Plus, here are all the tabs available. And you can use it to trade your account if you have an Interactive Brokers account, okay? We're looking to add other ones, but right now the only one that you can trade your actual account is you need an Interactive Brokers account. Now, in its simplest form, to use it, you click on an alert. You notice that the symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you want to short, you sell. If you want to buy, you go long. Or you want to go long, you buy. Okay? These are hotkeys. Flatten gets you out of your position, half your position. You can double your position, or you can reverse. You're long, now you want to go short, or vice versa. That's in the absolutely simplest way to use it. I would recommend, though, that you can set up what we call one-click trading. So let's just say now you click on SIG and you like what you see. Now you want to trade it. So you go back, you right-click and hover over that trade SIG, and this box will pop up. Then you can just pick how you want to trade it. These are what I have. Of course, you can create your own, and I believe that when you do this, there are probably some defaults that we have given to you. Okay, I just got an answer. Nicole, not yet. Okay, for the simulation or for the similar tab. So not yet. So getting back to the one-click trading. So this is how you can set up your own one-click trading. You have to have the strategies tab. Again, remember, you can click on new and make sure you have that tab. So you click on the strategies tab. Okay. A very happy dog beside me. Okay. Right click, new trading strategy. So when you get into this window, just right click, new trading strategies, and here's how you can create it. So you give it a name. Is it a long or a short? I'm going to go over what I do in my for my chart buy button. I'm going to show you how, you can fill in as much information as you want in all these tabs. I'm going to show you what I do. You don't have to follow, of course, but you notice we have a buy button right there on the chart. So what you do is you take one of your strategies, long strategy, and you designate it as the way you want to trade on the chart. So you notice here I've named one of them chart long $100 risk. And if I right click, notice I checked default chart long strategy. So this is this is the actual strategy. I'm going to edit the trading strategy. I'm just going to show you what I do. Entry time, I don't have anything. If I were showing you my watch list up and down, you would notice that the slider is at 10 o'clock. I don't want to take any trades until 10 o'clock in my watch list up and down. Now, order details and risk management work hand in hand. I'm just trying to answer, just seeing a question in YouTube. If you use IB to drive another charting program, could I use this as well? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. And I think I'm going to need more information on that, Glenn. If you have another charting program, you can link that. Trade Ideas links, of course, with IB and with many charting programs, but so I think I need a little more information. All right, so order details and risk management work hand in hand. And I would suggest that you use this position sizing based on a stop loss. Now, if you want, you can go fixed dollars per trade or fixed shares per trade. What I do in the simulator is I base it on a stop loss of $100. What that means is, trades are going to go against you. So how much? So I'm saying in the simulator, I want to try to minimize my loss or maximize my loss, maximize my loss to $100. Okay, so that's what that means. And then if I use risk management and I have a stop loss, I'm using a custom filter. You can try the Smart Stop. Smart Stop in dollars, that is generated by our system. Okay, when you do that, order details with $100, risking $100 on the trade, and putting a stop that's on the chart. I'm going to show you what that will look like then. I'll show you then that is how that's how it'll automatically take the correct number of shares. So for instance, in the Signet, let's take a buy of Signet. I clicked on the buy button and I dropped it right there, right at 980. And I'm going to drop it down. Okay, it just took the trade. It just took the trade. Remember now, I'm just showing you this. Signet, so it took 137 shares. Why did it do that? 137, if I multiply 137 times the difference between the entry and the stop, it's a big stop because it's a, it's a very volatile stock. So the VWAP stop was 69 cents away, and that's a moving target. So if I take the difference between the entry and the stop and multiply by 137, I'm going to get approximately $100. See what says $100? So if the trade worked against me, it moved down to 904, I would lose $105. Now, I can always, right on the chart, move that stop up somewhere else if I want. Or I can use this as a trailing stop. For instance, if the trade starts really working well for me, I can just start, instead of using what I consider an artificial trailing stop of a certain percent or dollar amount, why not, right on the chart, start moving it up, to where it may make more sense. So for instance, the bottom number one of that 15-minute candle, right now I'll put it there. You'll notice I also have a target, 67.50. Now I don't put targets, but somebody asked me a long time ago, can you put targets? So I should have mentioned this one in the trading strategy. Risk management, you say I've got a 50-cent target. So that's how you use that offset, 50 cents. So in other words, if it goes 50 cents above wherever I bought it, if I didn't change it, it would take me out of the trade. Changing it, meaning, maybe a little more clear here. Let's say the trade starts working well for me and it starts approaching that. I can always move that target up right in the chart. It's a moving, to me this would work well, I suppose, if you were going to step away, which I don't recommend ever, but if you're going to step away and you want to have a target in place and a stop in place, fine. But this is how you can actually, right on the chart, move your target and your stop right on the chart. That's up to you in terms of sending how many alerts you want per day. That's up to you. Oh, SDC Smile. Are they moving really? Oh yeah, you're right. It's a nice move for SDC. It is a nice move. All right, so that is how you can use Brokerage Plus. You can also create your own if you wanted to, say, trade my strategies or an alert window that you create. You would just save it. I'm going to okay, so I'm going to save the Momo up to the cloud. So I saved it to the cloud. Then I go click on the Strategies tab, right click, load from cloud, and notice Momo Up is right there. I left click on it and then load it. So now, and I add it. So now it's there, there it is, Momo Up is there. Now I have to go through the same exercise. I have to create the trading strategy. Okay, and go through as much information as you want in all of these, on all those tabs, okay? And I see HSIC is just ripping here. Medical dental, interesting. Medical dental, and of course, Smileco is dental. Interesting. All right, so everything I've said is part of the standard service. So you can use this as a simulator. And you can also connect to your Interactor Brokers account, and everything I've just explained is part of your standard service. Here is where you need our premium service, if you want. If you wanted to do what I'm doing here, auto trading my entries in my watch list or in my alert window, or an alert window that you create, you can do so, but you'll need our premium service. And all you do, notice I have these on, it says on. You basically just right click the strategy. See how I've checked it? I'm going to uncheck it. Now it's off. And now I just check it again. And now it's on. I've basically enabled it. You have to do it every day. We force you absolutely force you to make a determination that you want to auto trade every single day. We get the odd, well, not the odd question, quite a few people say, hey, how come it doesn't remember that I want to auto trade? Well, believe me, it's a safeguard. You should know you're auto trading every single day. You might forget and go away for a couple of days, and who knows what could happen to your account. Okay? So if you do want to auto trade, any alert window that you create, you'll need our premium service. If you want to auto trade the AI, you'll need our premium service, plus you'll have to buy Brokerage Plus, a one-time licensing fee for $1,100 minus whatever discount there is. And that's a one-time fee. What that means is if you decide you want to stop trading for a while and unsubscribe, and then if you resubscribe, Brokerage Plus is still waiting there for you. So you only have to buy Brokerage Plus if you want to auto trade the AI. Hopefully that is clear. So the program, all like Brokerage Plus, what I've described, does not work on a Mac unless you use a simulator. Okay, a lot of people do that. Oh, sorry, simulator, an emulator. A lot of people do that. We have a lot of people at Trade Ideas who have Macs, and that's what they use. They use Parallels as an emulator, and you know probably how that works. Okay, so but Brokerage Plus is not available in our web-based version yet. I don't know how long that will take to get it working in a web-based version. I really don't. How much is a premium account? If you click on let's see, here's the pricing. So again, I mean the top, the most expensive, you know, is a premium yearly account, which is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Okay, or you can always try us on like a month of it, $228 less the 15%. Remember that discount's only good for the first month. And when I say less 15%, that's using the promo code. Just give me a second here. Oops, not the right one, sorry. I'll just pop this in here. So there's the promo code that you can use. All right, Glenn, so I'm going to try to answer your question. This is a YouTube question. Most of my charting and trading with another program called MotiveWave. I have no idea what MotiveWave is. Oh, I see. No, you need an IB account. Okay, if you're talking about trading, I'm assuming. I don't know MotiveWave at all. We link with many packages, okay? All I was talking about is if you wanted to trade your own account, you do need an Interactive Brokers account. Okay? I don't know anything about MotiveWave, I'm sorry. But we link with many platforms. We have a linking tool, you know, tools, external linking. So we link with many platforms. Linking meaning that when you click on an alert, it'll show up in your order entry on your platform. It's not going to auto trade. It's got nothing to do with auto trading. It's just basically it's a step saver. You know, instead of having to type in a symbol all the time, it'll just link. So the data is driven by IB. I have no idea, Glenn. I really don't. Now, when you say, can you use Motive Wave and trade ideas at the same time? I mean, again, all we're talking about is linking. So a lot of the linking, again, is somewhat trial and error. Like the programs that we link with, first of all, they don't care if we link with them at all. So a lot of it is trial and error, but we do link with many programs. But if you're talking about actually trying to trade Motive Wave, I have no idea. No, using Brokerage Plus, I really haven't got any idea. I'm sorry. It is easy to test. Yeah, if you have, all you have to do is just maybe go to your order entry in Motive Wave and follow the linking instructions. Or you may have to do it in a chart. You may have to play around with the external linking. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. I'll add a link here. You might have to play around with the beginning is cut off or use alternate method. It's a little bit trial and error. But I'm not familiar with Motive Wave at all. That's okay. I'm happy for everybody who's in SIG. I really am. Now, does not close the trade automatically. AI does not close the trade automatically. That's a tough one for me to try to figure out, Andres, because mine will definitely close automatically if I hit the stop. I don't know how I can answer that question now, Andres. I really don't. Oh, I see. No, it's got nothing to do with with Holly or the AI. I see that question. Sorry, I did see that a long time ago. I forgot to answer, Jeff. So no, it's just automatically generated by the system. I mean, listen, the Smart Stop is nothing hugely scientific, but it's supposed to take into account the volatility of the stock and the high and the low, feeds those numbers in, and it generates a Smart Stop. Okay, so every time I click on an alert, now I may have disabled it. Let me just see. I don't see Smart Stops anymore in my. Let me just see something here. I think I need an alert that is. Okay, so there's a Smart Stop. Yeah, the reason I can't see it on these charts is because it's too far below. So there's the Smart Stop. It's just automatically generated. Okay, there it is at 304. Now, and the swing exit is just basically the low of the last 20 days. The profit target is nothing, again, highly scientific. It is just double the stop, the Smart Stop. So if the Smart Stop was 25 cents away from the entry, then the target will be 50 cents. Okay? You will see it. It's just that sometimes you just can't see it because the chart. I mean, the Smart Stop for this one is 304. I can see it right on the daily chart. I just can't see it. That's all. It's just a guide, okay? How to apply the trial? Okay, so all you have to do is just click on this link and just fill it out, okay? Chris, just click on the next test drive link. And when you do, you'll be brought to and just fill it out. And then once it approaches, probably it's about 2 weeks before the test drive starts, you'll be given all of the sign up instructions. Oh, Andres, now here's something else though. You do know, maybe I can better answer your question. Are you still listening to me? Can you still hear me, Andres Salazar? In the YouTube feed. Okay, so okay, yeah. So the whole thing is, I mean, well, then you sort of answer your question. You know, I mean, the AI gets out of trades before the stop. Also, you know, there's a reduced risk. So if for instance, it doesn't like the way it's trading, then it might get out before the stop, the actual stop, based on what's called a reduced risk or even a profit save. But I think you know that. You know what, Andre? Listen. I don't think I can help you there. Okay, I think you're probably Michael Nass is our kind of IRB expert. Okay, then are you trading your? Is this in the simulator or is it your live account? They'll have to take a look at your log files or something if that's happening. Is it in the simulator or your live IB? Oh, it's in the simulator. Okay. Well, I'm going to give you. You probably know. Okay, you'll probably know the homepage, but I'll just pop it into the room for you. You might want to start a discussion then with somebody and point that out. I don't know I don't know how I can help you. I'll just give you the link in a second. Okay, and start a live chat. I don't know how I can help you. I'm sorry. So guys, I'm out of everything. I did have that little RWT reversed on what the AI was telling me. I reversed, and I'm out of that one. And of course, I'm all out of the GPMT. So I took the two trades. When you edit a price alert, it does not accept an enter to save. Okay, I just did it. I just did it. I just edited this price alert. I'll put it now at 6. So I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I was just doing this and it did take it. When you say does not accept, enter. Well, I just use the save. I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. Right click, edit, make my change, save. Not sure I understand what you mean. Are you talking about the enter key on your keyboard? No, no. I see. No. I mean, you have to go into edit, and then once you do, then just click save. Enter on the keyboard not has no bearing on it. Well, when you say with the mouse, I'm not sure. I'll get you your question, Trade Seeker. I don't. I'm not sure I understand what you mean with the mouse. I mean, here's your price alerts. Okay, so obviously I have to use my mouse to go in and edit. I right click on the alert. I click on edit. I make my change, and then using my mouse, I hit save. I click on save. So I'm not sure. I mean, I'm just using my mouse. Yeah, I just click on save. All right, high of day and low of day. Yes and no, Trade Seeker. Have you ever created a custom formula? Okay. Not hard. What I'm going to do is I'm going to find a Word document that basically, here we go, to create a custom formula. I'll demonstrate right on the screen, but I'm going to put the instructions here also, so if you want to copy them down. Okay, you notice it says, just a second here. So you see, I've got the Trade Ideas account management. You click on that. And you'll be brought to the formula editor, this account management page. Screen is really dark. How's my screen for most people? I want to make sure it's not dark for everybody. It might be a setting on your system. Okay, must be on your end. Who asked that question? Patty, it's got to be on your end. So it must be something in your system. I don't know how to help you exactly. You might want to try a refresh. Yeah, but I don't think she's talking about the charts. I don't think. I don't think she's talking about the charts. But if you look at this, the gear there, if you click on that, or sorry, if you can find that icon right there, it looks like almost like a full circle. Click on that and do a refresh and see if that helps, okay? Maybe just reload it then. I've had no other. You're the first. You're the first person, Patty, and now Joe is saying it's blacked out. All right, let me continue on this one, okay? Who was I trying to help here? Trade Seeker. Okay, are you following me? Are you on this page? Yeah, in the YouTube feed, I think everything is fine. I think the YouTube feed is fine in terms of display. Okay, so you're on this page. So now what you do is you should see a create new icon, okay? When you click on that, you should get a source box. It'll be blank. Now, before I do that, you should be there. Let me just, I'm going to give you another link. So here's what we call the formula editor. And if you go down to page 5 and 6, where are you? Give me a second here. Just have to find it. I know you're here somewhere. Just. Oh, sorry, it's right at the top. Sorry. So you see where it says T underscore high and T underscore low? You would type, this is obviously today's high and that's today's low. You would copy and paste or type it in here. Give it a name, description, probably today's high. It's dollars, and then save it. And then it gets added. It gets added to your custom to your filters, like any other filter with a high and a low. So let me make sure you could do that and save it. You do the same thing for the T low. T underscore low is the code for today's low. Okay. Okay, so now it's a filter. Okay, so now you've done it. Great. You're a quick study. Good for you. Now it's a filter. Now you can add it as a column if you want. Okay, so you could add it as a column, high of day, low of day, as a column, and then you can see what those are. If that's what you're looking for. Okay, great. Meanwhile, back to trying to trade. What's happening here? Look at Norwegian. Look, what an amazing run this one is having. Look at the run this one is having. NLCH. Wow. And I'm sure the other ones, RCL and CCL. Remember at the beginning of the, before the jobless numbers came out, all the cruisers were really getting hit. And then look at the run it's had. Ah, yes, it is starting to come back, isn't it? Ah, GPMT. Nice move off that consolidation. Might be a little bit late for me. I see what you're looking at though. There's like a four bar pullback on the 15s. Okay, I will keep an eye on it now. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay. So even though this was incredibly late, 9:81, still at 10:46 for the Signet. This is in my simulator course. Unfortunately, not in my real account, but just the way it is. Now I just okay, real. I don't know if your top lists are. I just lost my top lists. Are they okay now? Okay, they just came back. So both the cruisers and the airlines have really come back well. The cruisers more than the airlines. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, look at that break for Peloton, PTON. All right, guys. Well, these little financials that we were following earlier are all starting to come back now. Maybe not all of them, but some of them. And that very first alert from the AI is just chopping up and down. All right, have I answered everybody's questions? I just want to make sure I haven't missed anybody. If I have, just repost, please. Here's another little one that says COLB. A lot of what now? What's CUTR doing? Yeah, it's not very much volume. That's not. It's not why it's not triggering. Oh, Interactive Brokers, Alan. Interactive Brokers. Look, I got to laugh. I mean, I know everybody is so keen about. No, I don't use Realtek. No, I just use Interactive Brokers, and these are my charts. I use Trade Ideas charts. But everybody's, I know, talking about free commissions and all. I mean, listen, IB is still really cheap. I mean, it's only half a cent a share. I know free is better. I get it. But just like somebody is saying, Fidelity not charging commissions, they offer no support now. So, Alan, when you say what platform to execute, I'm using Interactive Brokers as my trading platform. Okay, that's how I trade. I use Interactive Brokers. Well, IB is when you say a platform, this might be just semantics. I mean, Trade Ideas, is our scanner, and it links with Interactive Brokers, so you can use this window to actually trade. But you need an Interactive Brokers. So I don't, this is just semantics. Interactive Brokers is a trading platform, if you will. Ah, okay, guys. Well, I know I didn't take, I got back into the AI one. Starts with the letter R. I didn't take and it's giving me a nice percentage increase. I held off on the GPMT. Yeah, I mean, you get what you pay for, guys. You want free, okay? Everybody's all hopped up about free commissions, but I'm getting some. David Afariat, if you're still listening, I'm getting some interesting comments in the room. Lagging this, lagging that, bad fills, etc., etc. So, okay, Alan, are you a new trader? I mean, yes, Interactive Brokers just charge. You should talk to them, okay? There is they charge for their data, but it's very inexpensive. But you should go to Interactive Brokers, their homepage, and you can see everything there. It actually does, Jeff. It's using IB's commissions. Okay. Um, where can I see orders? There is. It does well. It takes into account slippage, and it does have a brokerage fee in there too. It is very much real world. I don't mind talking about it now. It's after the fact, but there's RWT. I actually took a short on this one when the rest of them were moving down. I took a little short on this one. Worked out well, and I got back in. Real mentioned the GPMT, and so I looked at the RWT, and I got back into this one on the long side. I'm just I'm just trading it though. I'm not. There's no hold. No, even this one is coming back. TWO is coming back. Another one of these little. I don't even know what to call them. Investment. We don't even have a sector for these. I don't know why. Another one, the PIMCO. I bet you the Nuvines are doing very well also. The million Nuvines there are. 11:32. Wow, what a morning. Okay, CNO is interesting now again. It is over the alert price. 'Yeah, we just don't have a category for them. I know. Yeah, I know. I know what they are. It's just that this is the only reason I care. Let me just GPMT. This is the only reason I care. because we don't have, see, what I'd like to see is that with the similar tab, this is what I've got here. I should go over this, but these are not similar companies, okay? If I click on Signet, SIG, obviously Tiffany's, and I don't know what ELA is, but okay, these are companies in the same sector. And unfortunately, with all those REITs, there's not a sector for them that can show us all the companies that are in the same sector, with the stock or the trading vehicles that are in the same sector. Here's KBH, Home Builder. So I haven't gone over this at all. I mean, I should. It's a great little tool, the similar tool or similar tab. If you don't have the similar tab, make sure you download the latest beta. The latest beta can be found right here from the subscriptions link or tab right there, and download TI Pro or beta, okay? Then you'll have the similar tab. When you click on the link, you just have to scroll down until you see the beta. And it's a very, very cool tab that we added a little while ago. Notice we've got competitors and price action. I don't use the price action yet. We need more filters. Even in the competitors, I know I brought it up at the last marketing meeting. I think it'll be added maybe to the next beta so that we have at least 100,000 minimum shares traded. But what it does is this. So if I click on KBH, which is a home builder, here are other stocks, other companies in that sector. So how are other companies doing compared to BZH? And what I've done is, so all I did was I took my details or this window, the single stock window, I duplicated it and I put it over here, and then I clicked on the similar tab, and then I clicked on the competitors. So that's why you see this. And I've got them both here because what I do is I take the change from the close and I sort on it. So I see the ones that are doing the best in the sector. And then I double click on it again. And now I see the ones right at the top, the ones that are doing the worst in the sector. So it's a really, really great tool. Also, let's just say for argument's sake, you wanted to follow a specific segment all day or sector all day long. So let's say you want to follow the home builders. So all you do now is right click and you can pop it out. Now it's a top list. Now you can add all the filters and price ranges, all the filters that you want. You can even convert this into an alert window. So if you had a sector that you really wanted to follow, like Tilray, here we are. So here's the cannabis sector. You wanted to pop it out, and here you go. And we're going to be adding more and more functionality to this. One of the things is I definitely want, let me just see what sort of, yeah, see, I want them to add a minimum volume. So we don't see stocks, that are only trading 27,000 shares as an example. Yeah, Tilray. It's just major rippage here for Tilray. TLRY. Let's see what Canopy is doing. Oops. Same sort of thing. Market continues to make a move. I mean, that is the littlest. Let me just bring the SPY up here. I mean, that's the littlest red bar. Very narrow body, a little bit of a bottoming tail, but the market is relentless today. 200, maybe. Martin is saying Tilray on the way to 200. Well, how about 300? Let's might as well go the whole way. But you can definitely see here's the cannabis ETF. I mean, this is the biggest lift it's had in, well, ever since November of, is it 2018? October of 2018? Is it that long ago that it was legalized in Canada? I guess so, yeah. Yeah, right back here, there was the peak. So if you just want to participate, here's the ETF for the cannabis sector. Meanwhile, PSTI is ripping here. Nice move here, 14 million in the float. So I see it took KBH. So guys, this is why I constantly say that you can use the AI as a watch list. There are only 4 alerts today, but I mean, I don't mind talking about it now. But look at the RWT. I mean, it had the alert, it chopped around, and then look at this now. So use it as a watch list too. Don't get so hung up on, well, I didn't get in at the penny. Just use it as a watch list, just like I'm using this as a watch. Obviously, it's called watch list, but I mean, I'm using this as a watch list all day long also. I mean, how good is this now? RWT from 590. I didn't get in at 590 again, but I'm in just over that. Well, when Real was talking, right around here at 612. So there was something about it that I liked. I don't know, the GN. The other one is good, but I kind of like this one better. I'm continuing to watch the CNO also. A little bit more in the float. No, so the RWT is definitely outperforming the GPMT. Why, I don't know, but there was that pullback. And I thank Real for alerting me to this, but my eye was definitely attracted more to the RWT. Major rippage for the SPY though, almost up 5% now. Boy, we're getting close. Now we're above last week's high, which was what, 256.90. So yeah, we're definitely above that. I don't know how important this is. I know we've well not really discussed it, but you would, as Real said, you would think it would have some importance. But we're talking about the 200 on the weekly chart. Meanwhile, somebody mentioned that SDC earlier. I see SDC is continuing to move. Ah, look at one deck. I know I saw this one earlier too. So much is happening. So much is happening. Look at this one deck. So there's a nice pullback. Boom. Look at the volume. Look at the volume that has come into it. That's almost a third of the day right there. I agree, Ariel, but it just seems. I guess you'd have to really look to see how much a stock stalls at the weekly, 200 weekly. But you're absolutely right. I mean, they're virtually, even myself, who doesn't really pay that much attention to any technicals, but the 200 day is absolutely one that I do pay attention to. There are other rooms, Neil. No, I'm just pulling your leg a little bit here. Look at this one, guys. I mean, this takes out seven. Wow, seven now. I'm just waiting to see if CNO can catch up to it a little bit. So again, watch list, watch list, watch list. Okay, watch list. AI watch list. This one that I traded yesterday out of the AI, no volume at all, joint. I find it fascinating that there's no volume, yet the spread is better than it was yesterday when there was a lot more volume. Look at these trusts, these REITs, trusts, whatever you call these. Just rippage today. All right, I've just traded some of the RWT out. I had that little attempt at seven. SDC. Yeah, that's the one. Somebody was mentioning that one earlier. I think that was you, Zach. Zach. You know what, Omega Green Brain? I'm going to bring this up. We have a marketing meeting at it's Thursday today, so we have a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock, and I'm getting a lot of comments like that. And the comments are basically all these guys who went to zero commissions. People are really complaining about the service. Maybe the fills. A lot of stuff. that they're complaining about. Okay, guys, I'm just keeping an eye on my RWT trade. I wanted to see if it can maintain this area. Otherwise, I'm out. I have to be taking my break in about 6 minutes. Find out who is on YouTube today. Oh, Jamie. Okay. I said. How many days in a row up? Well, if we maintain, this will be the third day. If we maintain it, 1, 2, 3. If we maintain it. Even here, I don't. Yeah, I mean, there's the high. That was the high of forever of February 19th, a little over a month ago. So I don't know. All right, RWT still maybe not dead yet. Let's stick an alert just over 7 and see if it just can keep running for me. Here's another one, guys, that is a little Realty Trust, CDR. What's the value? 85 million, so it's a fairly high float for a $1 stock. Every time the sellers try to knock the SPY down a little bit, and this is all I'm talking about. I mean, it's hard to see, but there's a little wee bottoming tail there in the 15-minute chart. 15-minute candle right there, very small one, but the buyers are still in control. All right, let me put All right, so let's not talk about other trading rooms or chat rooms, okay? In this one, kind of poor form. This is a free room. Yeah, well, probably a lot of beauties today, guys. I mean, this is just I'm finding that this is an astonishing day. Not because, the market, we've had two great days, but just because when the job numbers came out, I went, uh-oh. Because I saw the spread was going to be about 1 million to 4 million, and we finished at what, at 3.3 million? So I thought, man, oh man. But the market has just kind of shrugged that off. 3.2, okay. Oh, absolutely. I agree that, first of all, that doesn't count all the people that, are having difficulty filing even. But all we can do is just trade what we see for today. And just try and take advantage of it. Yeah, I read somewhere there were about 15 million in the leisure industry alone. Cruisers, hotels, all that. And there's about 15 million in that industry alone. Man, look at Tilray. Holy smokes. Smokes, haha. Look at it. MJ, I bet you MJ is almost going parabolic. Yeah, look at MJ even. Let's take a look at the PYX is another one that is yeah, I mean PYX, another cannabis play. It's cheaper. Probably coming into some resistance right around 4. Yeah, time for my break here, guys. I'll be handing off the YouTube stream at about 30 seconds before noon. So I'm going to take my break right now from the room here, though. Give me a second here. Now, I put this here so I can have a baseline where I know where I took my break, so I can go up there and then look down. That's why I do it. Plus, it's a promo for Trade Ideas. So, all right, guys. So I'll be back at about 12:30. Put it on surf mode right now. Surf mode. It'll go through the top 3 symbols on all of your top lists as you have them sorted. Top 3. Load them into your charts. You want to pause it for a while, just go to a chart and it'll pause the surfing. Back off the chart, it'll resume. If you click on an alert, it'll stop. And if this is just a toggle on and off. Okay, guys, so we'll see you at around 12:30.
Okay, test 1 2 3. Hello. Hello, traders. Okay, test 1 2 3. Hello. Hello, traders. All right, everybody. Welcome, traders, to the live support session. I'll be your host, Jamie Hodge. Got some people in the chat as well answering questions. What's going on there, Sean? Mike, greetings. What's happening? All right. So, just as a reminder, this is an open forum. Anything TI related, just go ahead and throw your questions into the questions panel. Bear with me. I'm going to pop my chat out so I can see it a little more clearly here. And then let the questions flow. And while we're waiting for questions to pop in, boy, look at this pretty green color. Not only is it green, boy, it's dark green today. And, I'm not used to seeing these two windows right here be signal-less, but this guy's looking at things at all-time lows, this guy's looking at things at all-time highs, and due to the market action, as you can see here on the SPY Daily, we are bouncing well. Working on 3 green days in a row here, which is making the longs happy. So we're going to have a couple of different windows up here outside of my normal repertoire. Dividend yield radar, which I handed out in a webinar a couple of, well, not quite 2 weeks ago, but just for ideas in this type of market, things that are still yielding really high dividends. TRIP coming in at the top of the list, 17.14%. BNQI rocking an 8% dividend. And we can always just double click up here and sort by dividend or the monetary value over here. And I would be remiss, I thought I had this window up already, but let me go ahead and pull it out of my cloud here. A window that Andy made not too long ago that has proven to be quite valuable as well, which is the Armageddon top list as well. Things that are down considerably that have a good chance of bouncing with clearly identifiable bottoms for your risk tolerance preferences. All right, got a decent little crowd. I see a few more people piling in here. So Mike was watching the GPMT. Let's take a peek at that one. My top list just kind of blanked out there. That's kind of weird. Yeah, nice little grind up. Of course, this is the pattern of the day today. It just depends on what we're looking at here. Some are going to comply, some will not. Oh, look, Canopy Growth getting a nice lift today. Let's pull the old similar stocks over here. Canopy Growth, Detail, Profile. Cannabis in Canada, one of the companies that hasn't just completely been too obliterated as of late, still maintaining a market cap north of 4 billion. Got some decent quarterly revenue growth in there as well. And boy, this thing has bounced strongly off the bottom here. All right, so interesting what Holly's been doing this morning. Kind of a slow start, but as you can see here, only 4 trades issued, all of them from the third module down here, which is NEO. This guy,
BP.
hey, did we just have an entry just now? Yes, we sure did. Let's take a look. Good old BP. Which is, of course, an oil and gas related stock. Quickly click on similar here and see all the similar stocks in that field or that sector, so to speak. But getting back to Holly, a little bit of a shaky start that we saw here. But like classic example right here of WRT, getting the signal right here at 590, and then check out the action since the signal. Just ebbing and flowing up and down through the entry line, forming a nice consolidation, which whether we participated with Holly here or not, it gives us something to keep our eyes on. Now, take note at the rather wide range bar on the 15-minute here on the open. Put in a high up here, put in the low, and then we just take a nice little stock nap going through, let's count it up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. An hour and 45 minutes, basically. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. An hour and 15 minutes after the signal, this thing took its sweet time. And of course, if you're a body candle person or a wick person, if we're playing completely by the rules, we have to mark the wick up here. Candle body person, it's personal preference. Monitoring this stock for a break above these levels here, well, definitely paid some dividends. And what I really like about NEO as well as 1.0, since Michael has retooled them in the not too distant past, I mean, you don't really have to worry about the volume being there, right? Look at Redwood Trust right here, still rocking a 10.26 on relative volume. That lets us know that the potential fuel is there. Now, whether it turns, it's like potential versus kinetic energy. The potential became kinetic up here at this break and at this break right here, getting the majority of the lift as we push higher into the market. Everything firing on all cylinders, up market, stock setting up, high probability was given to us right off the bat by Holly, and then we have the auxiliary pattern emerging later on in the session. So, even though Holly, let's see here, WRT is closed, the classic profit save. I don't know why I'm not getting my shaded area here. Let's re-click here one more time. Okay, here we have it. The shaded area right here is Holly getting bored and pulling the plug on the profit save. But she brought this to our attention, even though she didn't necessarily manage the exit like a human would. And we all know that that's really not her strong suit. It's bringing us these statistically weighted entries. All right, just scanning the questions panel here, make sure I didn't miss anything. Looks like everybody's kind of silent right now, but if you got a question, don't be shy. We'll just check in on the market here, still kind of just toeing the line. One thing I would like to point out is one of the metrics that I like to keep tabs on after the first 15 minutes is this little compare count window here. And roughly speaking, these were the same metrics that we saw after the first 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and 15 minutes here. And we can see, man, it has not backed off all through the session, okay? We're still maintaining, and this little guy's been keeping count since the open today, all right? and we're still seeing 81% versus 19%, and that is one heck of a ratio. You know, back when the market is quote unquote in normal mode, seeing anything above 60 is a rarity. 70 even more rare, and up into the 80s, you just don't see that very often. Now, keeping in mind with what the market has been doing, we're seeing some abnormal metrics present themselves, and this certainly tells us that there are a lot more buyers than sellers today as things hit highs with accelerated volume versus those hitting lows. Come to think of it, one of the only things I saw hitting lows earlier today was this guy. Was really tempted to give it a short right here, but look what would have happened. No help from the market. The Beyond Meters buyers take control again. Got to close above the 10 period. So short is definitely not the flavor of the day. Well, what's going on there, Mr. Afariat? Nice to see you in here. Bringing up CNO. Can't decide what it wants to do. Yeah, looking like just about everything else in the market. This is the pattern of the day. A run up and a flattening out. Now, keep in mind here, we're looking at 15-minute candles the whole day. We've been well above this 10-period fast line right here. All right. Get a little selling coming in, but that's just natural, and still not really even coming down to test this 10 period here, which tells us from a relative standpoint. Check out relative strength right here. Notice the little red line I have down here on my daily chart, which is relative strength, as we can see up here, starting to grind up. And ladies and gentlemen, I failed to refill my trusty water glass, so I'm just going to scoot away for just a split second here. Going to get me some H2O. I'll be back in a flash. Okie dokie, we are back. All right, let's see here. Damien is asking, where can I get that? I would assume that you're referring to the compare count window that I was just showing you, and no worries there. We're just going to save it to the cloud and share it out. I'm going to drop this link right into the chat. And there you go. And just a little word about if you do start watching this compare count window, which I highly recommend, it can give us, it's like any other study or metric out there. Is it going to work all the time? No, nothing ever does. But it's uncanny how well these readings can potentially tell us what direction the market might take during any trading day after the first 15 minutes or so, as clearly illustrated by the first candle today. All right, first 15-minute candle closes, and then what do we do after that? Now, having said that, I mean the metrics, the upside metrics were so crazy today, it's no big surprise that this happened. But when the market does kind of stabilize or flatten out, or maybe we come up here, if we close above this level here, perhaps we go sideways for a few sessions, let the market quote unquote normalize, or build some steam for the next move up or down. The readings that we see in a more normalized market, typically, if we see a bias 55% one way or the other, it's kind of like anything might go. There might be some good upside potential, some stocks going down for the day, a little bit of both. Anytime the bias is 55% one way or the other, or below that, 54, 53, sometimes we get the 50-50. And when you see the 50-50, you know it's going to be one of those grindy days where we probably zigzag, or the chart's going to look more like an EKG or a heartbeat, down to highs, back up to lows, down to highs. But things really get interesting when we start seeing high 50s, low 60s in a typical market. Ah, yeah. How would you set up a filter that uses PSAR? Not really sure about that one off the top of my head. Could you give me an example of a stock that you have from today that's exhibiting that? Not really sure what that means off the top of my head. But then again, I'm not thinking too clearly this morning. Um, Parabolic something?
BP.
Well, that didn't last too long on Holly. BP. Entry here, stop out here. Now it's going to be interesting to see what the thing does since it hit this stop area here. And bear with me, I'm just trying to access something here on my other screen. See if I can tend to your question there a little bit better there. Yeah, the parabolic technical stuff. Okay. Well, you know, what we can do is we can probably find those events through a variety of different ways. Basically, things that are going parabolic. I mean, and what I'm going to do here is just duplicate an alert window. And Carrie, I see your question, so you'll be next up in the queue. The VWAP divergence. Okay, so whether we use VWAP divergence or standard deviation or things that are up a certain percentage, those patterns are pretty much all going to look the same. So, and this is something that has been highly discussed amongst myself and my trading peers lately because this is definitely one of the sexier back tests that you can generate when we're talking about convergence back to the mean. In other words,
GPMT.
we're trying to fade those things that have really ripped up and we're trying to buy the things that have really ripped down. And when we put back tests together for this data set, it looks really good. Um, where you run into issues is the ones that don't bounce and the ones that don't stop. In other words, you might have really good success for 5, 6, 7 trades in a row. And if you're sticking to your risk parameters, you should be okay. But a lot of the people that engage in this type of trading, they'll get laxed on their risk management, and all of a sudden, with one bad trade, they'll wipe out 7 or 8 trades worth of gains, just due to failure to stick to their risk management. So let's just get something to look at here. Most of these guys are going to be doing heavy volume, so we're not even going to worry about these things. We're going to put the alert in here and say a minimum of a 3%. We'll take a look at the history here. And I tell you what, we're going to go back in here. We're going to add a quality column because that'll tell us exactly what the standard deviation value is. Oh, and VST, you said VSTM, but it's funny that VST popped up there. Okay, so VSTM taking a big leap today as well. Let's take a look at the history. All right, so we got CVX. There's going to be a lot of these things today. let's go ahead and tighten up the requirement. Let's just go ahead and put it at 5%. Okay, so now we've definitely got some things that are experiencing, very high standard deviations. Or excuse me, blah, 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 my mind's blanking out here. VWAP divergence. Okay, but like I said earlier, if we added a standard deviation column, you will notice some correlations. So VST is up 5% from the close, or from the VWAP, but it's up almost 2 standard deviations there. I'm sorry, did you guys need something over there on Messenger, or was that just a... Okay, never mind. Never mind. So, once again, finding these things that are up in hopes of them pulling back. This is a great way to do it. ARMK doing exactly that thing as it wicks out up here and starts to pull back. Yeah, Otto, I see your request there. I'll happily share that that formula with you here in just a second. So Aya, tell me if this kind of puts you on the right track for what you're looking for here. Standard, VWAP divergence, 3% or higher, is definitely going to help you find these things. And Carrie, best way to find stocks that are trending. And once again, there's several different methods that we can use to find stocks that are trending. One of the more popular methods, if you focus on this window right here, turbo breaks up. A lot of these stocks are going to be trending today, but then again, a lot of stocks in the market are trending today. So stocks hitting new highs with high volume is a very popular way to find stocks that are trending. Give me 1 second here. All right. So if we take a look at the configuration here, we're using a new high here. We've got some basic filtering in place. You'll notice that I don't have average daily volume in this window. Taking a little bit different of approach, just mandating a minimum market cap here, which you can't see all the zeros there, but that's 4 billion. So I'm saying only stocks with a market cap of 4 billion, under the assumption that most of those stocks, but not all of them, are going to be relatively liquid and be doing decent volume numbers and coincidentally having smaller spreads. So that's kind of the way I'm attacking the liquidity issue there, as opposed to something more traditional like average daily volume. Now what we're doing here as well is we're tacking on relative volume. Has to be on pace to do at least 20% more volume at the time of the alert from a relative volume setting of 1.2, with 1 being normal. And then we're adding a little spice on top by adding the 1-minute volume filter, which is a percentage value, stating that as those highs are being hit, with all these other filters being met, the stock has to be exhibiting at least 3 times normal 1-minute volume or higher. Now I've folded in this this filter over here that Otto is referencing, which lets us know just by a glance, if SBNY does continue and we look at the next high or low, this is letting us know how much room there might be in the stock, which is going to be based on what we see over here, okay, on the daily. Because, typically we might see a good intraday setup. We might be a scalper, but if we're looking for a little bit more longer term hold, right, on SBNY, 594, so 94 would be right about here. So this filter right here is letting us know in a numerical sense how much room we might have over here. If this thing really gets some legs, where might the potential resistance come into play? And I put the line here So that $5 and change is going to coincide with this little gap that we see between where the stock currently is versus the potential that it has. So it's a real handy column that just gives us a snapshot of how much room the stock might have versus us looking at the chart and having to eyeball it, right? Which I do a little bit of both. So that's what that filter is for, and I will share that here in just a second. All right, so I'm not trying to lose my train of thought here. Well, the topic we were on here is stocks with momentum, right? So this is one window that's really great for helping find momentum longs. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the fast line, the green line up here on my intraday 15-minute chart. Compliments of Mr. Steve Gomez. All right, this is really a good guiding hand for stocks that are exhibiting momentum. Notice how this little guy has stayed well above it, okay? Notice this guy. We got some really good lift here. All right. We came up here, the sellers came in, and look what it did. We got some sellers come in. Check out what it did right at this 10-period fast line. This thing is supporting it, letting me know that, yeah, we took a nice little peel off the top there, 1614 down to 1546, but it looks like the fast line is supporting it here, and we're starting to green back up here. All right. So if you couple a window with a window of this nature with the fast line, it can really help you identify the levels of support in a trending stock on the pullbacks. So this is a really great window. You can find turbo breaks up and down, both of these versions. If you scroll down the channel bar and you click on channel 4, you're going to see turbo breaks up and down in that channel, and then you can easily right click and save them to your cloud. Not only will you see these windows, but you'll see all of mine, Steve and Andy's favorite windows. And we've been talking about doing some house cleaning in there and kind of revamping the channel, which we probably will do at some point. A few things have changed, but relatively it's stayed the same since we brought that channel online. All right, so Carrie, I hope that kind of gives you a clue as to how to find some of these trending stocks. Now, I will point out a couple of more windows. When you do go in there to channel 4, you're also going to see this window that Andy created, which it's kind of the same, but just with some different volume parameters. It's not going to be near as active. And that one's going to be the High-Low Pro, Extreme High-Low Pro, which you can see from the M right here is a multi-strat window. And if we peek in here, it's got the long and the short side just wrapped into one window, so we don't have to watch two separate windows. But if we take a look at this configuration, it's in the same vein, but if you check out the filters here along with the volume, you're going to see he's got relative volume of 1.5, so a little bit higher. He's got some position in the 10 and 20-day ranges here. And then we've got volume in the 5-minute period. Has to be 5x of normal. And then he's coupling that with the 1-minute volume of 10x or greater. Okay? So these things are really going to be raging when it comes to volume. There's just not going to be near as many of them coming through. But they should present you with some things that are really motoring and that have that volume behind them as well. So between Extreme High-Low Pro and the Turbo family, you should get some pretty good momentum plays out of there, Carrie. Okay, Otto. Now, to put that filter into the chat window for you so you can make use of it, what I'm going to need to do here is go pull it from my back office here. So give me 1 second while I do that. Uno momento, por favor. Okay, let me see what number that guy is. I already forgot the U prefix. All right, U54, no problem. I tell you what, I'm just going to go to the back office and grab that real quick. As soon as I find my account. Almost there. U54, where are you? There you go. Car 54, where are you? And there we go. Okay, so I'll just pull this over here so you guys can see the rest of the details. Okay, here is the formula. I'm just going to right click. I'm going to copy it. And then I'll drop it in the chat here. All right, so once you guys are in there and you just drop the code right into the source box, you'll want to title it accordingly. Next high or low, units, dollar, format 1.0, no graphics. I mean, you can always add a graphic if you want. I just don't have any graphics on this one. So you should be good to go there. No problem auto. Very handy filter. And I will give credit. I do believe that, I want to say Michael Noss created that filter. I could be wrong. It could be Andy. I want to say Michael. But a great filter. Matter of fact, it was really tempting when I saw, let's see if we can backtrack here and go back in time here, because I was really tempted to, when I clicked on Beyond here, right, as it was breaking down, and I saw this value here, I'm like, ooh, it's got 6 points, which would coincide probably, let's see, that price was 67, so down to 60-ish, right down to this level right here, roughly speaking. If I pull that down there, yeah, okay. But I was just mainly looking, hey, even if it kind of pulls back to this 10 period down here on the daily, but I refrained from making that trade, and call it luck or just the fact that the market is so green today. Not really inclined to put on a lot of short trades today. Even though I think, even though I do have an emotional attachment to Beyond because I can't stand the product, I'm the opposite. I am definitely a carnivore type person, omnivore. But good lesson. Don't let your emotions or your opinion of a company get in the way of a trade, because a lot of the times they don't line up. All right, Otto, great. Glad you got that formula. Carrie, no problem. Anything else I can expound upon on that topic, just let me know. And if anybody else has any questions, just go ahead and pop them on out there. All right. See, more people have filed in since we started the session. If you just popped in, welcome. And we've all been talking about, well, with what we've recently had in the marketplace, it's not so easy to find things that backtest well right now, right? I mean, there's just so much crazy data out there. However, I was putting something together that does look promising, and hopefully I was smart enough last night to save it into my cloud. Yeah, okay, this little guy right here. Buy the unusual down move. And I do believe this thing has quite a few trades in it. So what we're going to do here is have a little back testing fun. A watch list you can find in channel 4, and what other channel? Andreas, which watch list are you referring to? Was it one I was talking about earlier, or I was talking about how the Turbo Brakes and Andy's Hilo Pro were in channel 4, but I'm not really sure which watch list you were referring to. If you yeah, well, you said watch list. That made me think of a top list. Of course, these guys right here, if I remove my small borders, you can see they're alert windows. So yes, you can find turbo up and down in the channel 4. And then Andy's Extreme High-Low Pro is in there as well. But I encourage you to look at all of the windows in channel 4 and see which ones might appeal to you. You know, the ones I was referencing earlier were to Carrie's point of stocks that might be, you know, in momentum to the up or downside today, which typically have volume accompanying those trades, right? So that's why I was pointing Carrie to turbo breaks up and down, Andy's Extreme High-Low Pro. But then again, since you have all of mine, Andy, Sean, and Steve's favorite windows in there, you get a nice mix of different styles. So your best bet is just to completely, you know, pop out the small windows, check out what they're doing, and any of the ones that appeal to you, just save them to your cloud, make them part of your layout, and, you know, see how it goes. And then you can figure out which ones you like and which ones you don't like. Kind of like a buffet of data. All right, so back to this guy right here. Buy the unusual down move. What we're going to do is we're just going to start the back test 5 minutes after the open. We're going to take trades up until an hour before the close. This is geared for intraday. All right, not to say that some of these candidates might not be, might end up being good swing candidates based on what we see transpiring on the daily or the weekly chart, depending on your time preference. We've got a stop loss with just a flat out 50-cent stop loss on these guys. Nothing in the advance, but we're running the full back test period here. I forget how many trades are coming through here, but I do believe it's such a high trade count that there's plenty of room in here for optimization. So while there are no questions popping in, we'll do a little optimization potentially here. Okay. Yep. A nice little amount of trades coming through in a 60-day period. We got 1,016 trades. We got a really nice profit factor to start. We got a pretty decent win percentage for a trade count of this nature, right? We've got a nice spread between average winner and loser. $1.01 on the average winner, 44 cents on the average loser. Now, are these numbers accurate just yet? That's all going to be based on the buying power and the equity that we have here. So the buying power here that's just shy of 140,000, that's telling us that if we wanted to be in all of the trades on the busiest day, which when we look at the daily here, by, you know, it doesn't take a genius to figure out this was the busiest day, right? I believe that day is coinciding with what we see here in the buying power requirement, but see how it tops out? Typically, you don't need near that much buying power, but if you wanted to be in all the trades on that busy day, you would have needed 140,000 in what we call buying power. Now, buying power is a multiple of equity, right? If you have a day trading account, which, in other words, you're not subject to the pattern day trading rule, meaning you can make as many trades as you want on an intraday basis, but at most retail or all retail firms out there, I should say, you can't let your account
BVL.
fall below 25,000. Okay, you fall below 25,000, then you have to wait for settlement date, and I forget how many. I think that's 3 trades a week you can make, somewhere right there, because you have to wait for settlement date. But if you have more than 25, you don't have to. Okay, so if we needed 140,000, if we divide that by 4, we would have needed 35,000 in equity times 4 is 140,000. Okay, oops, put an extra 0 in there. And we might need just one more 1,000. Okay, there we go. So now that I have just enough equity to cover up the 141,000 in buying power, then these projections become a lot more trustworthy. Okay, assuming, you know, we got every fill and we didn't take a tremendous amount of slippage, then, you know, it's promising. Now, when I say promising, you know, we can never take these values at heart and go, oh, well, all I got to do is run this and I'll make 50% a month and I'll quadruple my money in a year. Okay, these are just projections based on what has happened in the past. And when we look at the daily here, pretty interesting what's going on here. So when I see something like this, I'm like, okay, what's the catch? What's wrong? Okay, how can something look this good? And so what I do is I go back and I look at the filter set and I pick out things that might be weak spots. So let's check it out here. Okay, we've got some volume parameters in here, but it's not daily shares, it's just simply dollar volume. So in other words, 350K worth of the stock has had to have traded for the day. All right, it's being talked a lot about on StockTwits. We've got some range filters in here, we've got some change filters in here. We've got a minimum price of 14, we've got a maximum price of 86. But what I'm thinking initially is that, you know what, a lot of these stocks might not be the type of stocks that I want to trade because of spreads and liquidity. Okay, and of course, when you're putting a back test together, you can always go back to the calendar. So if we go to yesterday, okay, let's take a look at the stocks that this thing spit out. Because it didn't light the world on fire yesterday, it spit out 5 signals, and it's telling us we could have profited somewhere in the neighborhood of $176 based on our 50-cent stop loss. So let's take a look at some of the plays that it spit out. Okay, CHSCP. Okay, thank you for cooperating, system. There we go. All right, doesn't look like the most liquid stock on the planet, but where's my single stock window hiding at? There we go. Okay. Grain and Field Bean Merchant Wholesalers. Wow, how exciting. But when we look at the average daily volume here on a 3-month basis, it is what we would call a low volume stock. Now, whether it's tradable or not, we have to reference what's going on the 15-minute candles here. How many shares are getting swapped in these 15-minute candles? I can see right here, 3,000 shares here, 3,000 shares here. What do we got here? 874 shares. But check it out. And this is just a snapshot from the time that I pulled this stock up. The bid is 26. The offer is 26.38. Okay. That's a pretty big spread. It's a what we call a low volume, big spread stock. Okay. So this is what I was afraid of when I see results that good. Typically, this is the case. Okay. If we go through these other ones, we're probably going to see very similar characteristics, right? That one looks like it's a little bit more liquid, kicking out almost 250,000 shares a day. This one looks fairly tradable, kicks out 1 million shares a day. TCX kicks out about 72,000 shares a day. So you can see we've got a little bit of work to do. Even though this looks nice and green, probably something that we just wouldn't trust blindly for obvious reasons. So if we want to try to remedy the situation here and try to make these stocks a little bit more liquid, a little bit more tradable, not so big on the spreads, we can attempt to optimize by coming over here to the optimization tab. And then we have 4 more tabs to deal with here. So we can always try to optimize by price. Sometimes things jump out at us. We're looking at intervals of 10 right now. Let's shrink the interval first. Let's look at intervals of $5. All right. So, boom. It looks like things that are priced between 10 and 80 bucks do pretty good. But look, this just kind of jumps off the page at us. When we get above 80 bucks, we got about 70 something trades here that we could ditch that just don't work based on price. What if we drill down a little bit more? What if we look at increments of 2? Do we see anything more noticeable? Nope, still the $80 threshold there, whether we use a 2 or a 5. So let's just do this. Let's cap the price. And you know what? Now that I'm looking at these levels, We got 50, 52, 50, 58. Look how juicy these guys are, though. It would make sense to me just to cap the price at 54.99. We're going to shed a lot of the less profitable trades. So let's make that change. All I have to do to change max price is go right click, set max value to 54.99. It's going to make the change for me. All I have to do is click OK. And I'm sure that maybe that sound is annoying, so let me mute. By the way, pro tip, if you've got sounds attached to your Windows and you just want to mute the whole thing, just click the little speaker here there and you'll shut it up for the while. Okay, we made that change based on price. Now, time of day. A lot of the time, certain strategies, or what we could call events, perform better at certain times of the day. Now, right now, we're looking at 30-minute intervals. Let's go to 10. See if anything jumps off the page here. Well, we got some really good performers down here after 12:50 Central Standard Time. We've got a little kind of just a, I don't know, what you might call a spotty area. Periods of goodness followed by periods of spottiness. And sometimes we can make two different strategies out of one data set. One for the morning, one for the afternoon. So, let's see here. Not bad, not bad. Now notice we got a lot of trades coming through after that first 5-minute period right here. But notice after we get past the 30-minute mark, success rate gets a lot better, and we also drop down to what we could call a reasonable amount of trades. Okay, so check it out. What if we just took trades between 9 o'clock Central Standard Time and 10? A nice hour window there. So set start time between 9 and end at 9:59. Let's see what happens. Okay, and we made the price change as well, so let's just see what happens. You know, the Jeopardy music should be playing while this backtest is running. We should build that into the system. Come on, you can do it. Speaking of Jeopardy, I hear Alex Trebek is doing pretty good. I like that guy. I hope he sticks around for a while. Be brewing. Okay, here we go. Now, we've severely whittled down the number of trades. We've only got 254 on the desktop now. 63% winners, still maintaining a decent spread between average winner and loser. Of course, we need a lot less buying power now. Busiest day here again, telling us 46K, which we'll just do 12.5. That puts us right at the threshold. That'd give us 50. We could even, I'm just going to leave it right there. I'm not going to split hairs. Making each entry, getting as many shares as we can with $2,000. Now, of course, this used to not be an option right here, having zero commission in this box. But it is now, okay? Side note, I'm hearing from the developers it's getting really close to testing the E-Trade version of Brokerage Plus, and they have a zero commission environment. But we can avoid commission these days, but one thing we will never be able to avoid is slippage. Okay, and that's what we're doing down here. We're building in 5 cents of slippage for each side of the trade. Hold on one second. Let me just do it. We're building in 5 cents of slippage on the entry and the exit. But of course, it's always nice when you can go, hey, well, what if I add 10 cents of slippage to the entry and the exit? Does this still hold up? Well, heck, what if I had 20 cents of slippage? So when you start to get numbers like this and you can really jack up the slippage and it still stays green, that's a very good indicator. But once again, we still got a little bit of work to do, I think. Once again, looking at the daily, still looks pretty good. We've got some losing days slipping into the equation, but hey, that's more realistic in my opinion. So some decent numbers, decent trade count. We still got a decent spread of winning days versus losing days. We don't need an enormous amount of buying power. Drawdown, if we're taking every trade, still getting a little hairy, about the 3 1/4 mark there, but that's based on your equity. So quick calculation: 10% is 1250, 1% is 125. Roughly speaking, if you were piling into everything on this day of maximum pain, you would have only been down right about 375, $400 total as you sit your drawdown. Drawdown most of the other times isn't near as severe here. So now let's go back to the calendar and let's see if the thin ones are still making an appearance. And we can see, looks like the same old, the usual suspects. There's our friend Aura again. ATO, looking at these volume levels once again. Okay, we got 1 million in this one. Of course, that just happened to be the loser. But we got Aura coming in at 226,000, which isn't bad. Perk, 50,000. Once again, big spread here. 76.46, 77.06 on the snapshot. 50-cent spread here. So we're still getting some spready stocks. So we did some basic optimization according to price. Now, what? I thought I changed that. Hold on. Where did my window go? Okay, I don't know how that happened. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Word to the wise. Sometimes when we run again here, it doesn't reference the appropriate window. So I know that this window is the one where the changes have stuck. Let me go back in here and take a peek. Yeah, I got my price in there. We've adjusted the time accordingly. Let me just rerun this again. And I will share this when we're done, Mike, no problem. Okay, we're back to daily. We're back at the same. Oh no, we got way less buying power now. 16, 8. Yeah, it's going to need more than that. Okay. All right. Now when we go to optimization, I should not see. Okay, there we go. No big price. Once again, we got a little dead spot here, but I'm not gonna split hairs. We could lose this guy and this guy. If we started at 910, but we're not going to split hairs there. We're not going to worry about symbol. Now we're going to go to other filters. And we're going to go down to the average daily volume filters. I don't have too much hope. Okay, so see this? This is a big indicator. All these low volume stocks with the big spreads, that's where the juice is, right? Stocks exhibiting 0 to 500,000 shares a day. Well, let's parse it down even further. Okay. Looks like most of the juice is coming from stocks that trade 0 to 100,000, and I hate to say it, but the truth is often painful. Okay? And this is something that you're going to run into as you backtest. All the juice is coming from these small stocks that trade less than 50,000 shares a day. Now, there is a little bit of hope here, but when I say a little bit, I mean, look how many trades we're relegating ourselves to if we just go and base it, if we try to optimize by, stocks that trade over $100,000 or 100,000 shares a day, it all goes away, okay? Which is disappointing, but hey, this is what happens from time to time. You get excited right off the bat, you start drilling down into the data, and you're like, yeah, no wonder it looks so good. Now, having said that, low volume I really don't have a problem with. If a stock trades 50,000 shares a day and I'm only slinging 2, 3, 4, 500 shares of it, that's cool. It's the spreads that get you, okay? Because when you pull up a stock and it's got a 50-cent spread, or, this is a perfect example. 2 cows, 49 on the bid, 49.46. You can't just get the price that you want. You can try, but if you're taking the offer, you're taking 38 cents of slippage, okay? Slippage still looks good if we build in 10 cents, but yeah, you can't be taking all that slippage and expecting to get a good result, right? So, just wanted to give you guys a good example of something that looks really good, but then you start drilling down and you find out not really applicable to the actual real life trading, right? Because this is the thing that we did not want to find, but we found it and now we know. So then again, it's back to the drawing board. So classic case of, hey, it looks great, but is it applicable? Once we start drilling down, we find out that it's not really doable. It's not really translatable into real world trading. It probably would not even do well in the demo mode because we try to simulate real fills in the Brokerage Plus paper account, especially when we're running automation. You want to have built-in slippage, and from what I can tell thus far, when I'm running Auto Strats and Brokerage Plus, I'm getting worse prices than the AI, and that's what you want. So that's a nice little lesson in optimization here. What you don't want to see when you think something is good is the big spread stocks generating all the money. All right, here we are, about 5 minutes till the top of the hour. Had a little fun with back testing. I hope everybody got a little bit out of that. Back testing is fun. It's addicting. Once you start spinning the wheel, it's hard to stop. But it's just like anything else out there. You got to put in a lot of time to find some really good statistical sets. Of course, that's really what led us to the development of the AI, because that process that I just went through, the AI can do it many times faster and many more times in a session. And that's what the AI is doing. It's going through, it's back testing all of its strategies, it's optimizing them, it's seeing if it can improve upon them. And here we go with the strategy set that made the cut today. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 strategies that made the cut out of a potential 40, 45 base strategies. Only 8 made the cut today, and we'll see what happens tomorrow. But that's what the AI does. It optimizes, it backtests, and it delivers to us the data sets that have the most statistical probability on any given day. But it's still fun to manually backtest and figure out new things that might not necessarily be in the AI's arsenal of things. All right, any more questions since we're coming to the top of the hour there? Let's just take a look at what the market's been doing while I've been jabbering here. We're still toeing the line up here. Looking good for the longs as we just go sideways. Take note of the volume levels here on the SPY. Sleepy, sleepy. 1 minute, 5 minute, 10-minute volume. 100 is normal. So we're only 27% of normal on the 10-minute, as this relative volume was a lot higher during the day, and it's slowly creeping its way back down to 1, along with every other tracking ETF that you see here. They're still liking the bonds. Q's up 3.8%, Dow up 5.1%, and the good old SPY kind of splitting the difference there at 4.8. All right, I see a question coming in for Barry there. So Barry, I tell you what, if you're listening, I guess this would be a good time to go ahead and hand it back off to you. Just let me know if you're ready. All right, Barry, I will stop streaming in 3, 2, 1, stopping. Thanks, everybody.
All right, guys, I'm back on the YouTube feed now. Hopefully that was a seamless transition. Okay, so here we are. Okay, great. John, I don't quite understand the question. I'm watching a few minutes behind real time. On the buy, the down move, what volumes am I using? You mean how many shares am I taking? We don't really talk about how many shares in the room. But I'm not sure. So I'm not sure I understand exactly. I mean, are you literally asking me how many shares I'm taking? Let's put it this way. From what I want to do, I'm having no problems. I mean, that's about all I can say. Okay? Okay, just one moment, please. All right, I'm back. Well, when you say what liquidity, I mean, I'm always looking at my time and sales, from Interactive Brokers. I'm always looking at that. I can see how fast the stock is trading, but look at the ones that I've been in. I mean, look at the 23 million shares for this GPMT. The other one, the RWT. I'm sure it's a huge number of shares also. 13 million shares, 14 million shares. This one, I'm looking to maybe get back in 1.5 million shares. So, that's all I can say. I mean, there are times where I'll take, like yesterday, the JYNT did not have that many shares trading, but I like the pattern. I mean, I like the pattern, I like the way it was holding. So. Yeah, it's up in the one I have posted, Paul, is up in the section, the post alert section, right up here. Okay, I did take, the RWT. I'm trying to draw a fine line between talking about the AI alerts that I take and other alerts. Okay, it's just not fair to those who pay for the. It's just not fair for those who pay for a premium service. That's why I do not display them right off the bat. Wow, in fact, look at the joint now. JYNT, just as I was talking about it. No, joint, look at that, 94,000. So, I'd be a little reluctant to take this trade. Even though it's a great break. 94,000 shares is not enough. The spread is not good. But it's definitely a case by case. Okay, one moment, please. Well, I was a little bit wrong about MFA. You know, I did not take this one. Did not take this one, but it is definitely moving. Well, Brittany, here's the thing. What difference does it make how many shares I take? Seriously. You know, I mean, if I told you I took 10,000 shares of something or 5,000 shares of something, what difference does that make to you? I'm not trying to pick on you specifically. Everybody's account size is different. All right? So, you share size according to your account size. What are here's a Nuveen. There, I was waiting for my first Nuveen out of the thousands. DIAX, another one of these other financial vehicles, whatever that means. Well, okay, now here's the Columbia. This is not the same. It's a regional bank, I guess. I guess it's a regional bank. It's just popping in now because the relative volume is at least one. That's why it's making the cut out of my watch list. And the volume, but the volume is light. So again, if you're wondering why on the auto trading on this entry here, it took 333 shares, is because I was using my stop that I had set. There's a stop, 241. There's the entry, 259. Subtract the 2, multiply by 333, and you will get approximately, well, I've moved this. That's right. I've moved that stop up. Remember I was demonstrating how to move it up. But before, when it took the share size, it was $100. It was $100 on the loss if it moved against me. Well, guys, with this GPMT move, I am definitely going to be watching the Redwood RWT to see if it breaks right through that 100, breaks through the 8 again. Meanwhile, the market is just basing now. Look at this. We haven't seen something like this in a long time, guys. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're almost talking 2 hours. 2 hours of sort of flatlining. We haven't seen that in a long, 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 long time. Interesting. I'm just looking at the Holly less than 20. They're all shorts, not one long. Again, I'm just going to show you what I am talking about here. This is this development AI looking for stocks less than $20. All shorts. Interesting. No longs. I need to make sure. Hmm. All right, a little bit of a Tim Burr on the redwood. RWT. There's a big red candle right now, and maybe the SPY is going to give it up a little bit here. Bit of a red bar forming now in that 15-minute. Let me take a look on the 5. Yeah, a little bit of a red bar. I think, let's see if it takes this out right there. I think that's a interesting level for it to try to maintain for the SPY. One moment, please. All right, look at the cruiser here, guys. NCLH, after its wonderful run, now giving it all up. Well, not all up, but giving a big portion of it back up. There's a 15-minute chart. NCLH. Right now, guys, I'm just going to kind of bide my time. I mean, I'm not that keen to get into anything. Some of those shorts from the, let me just see this one. All right, I did take, this is really just going to be a little scalp short, I think, the CYH. I did take it, just took it. You know, I think 4 is probably going to hold it up. I'm just watching as the market, maybe the market's putting in a bit of a down move. And why did I take it? Again, I just pointed this one out. There's the CYH. I didn't take it at 433, not even close, but I'm just kind of playing around with this. I took it right under this break here. I actually think I got it, looking here. Yeah, I got it at 420. So if it gets to 410, I'm taking some out immediately. And that's the CYH. So now some of these shorts, this is interesting now, some of these shorts that have been appearing here. I don't mind displaying this. Again, this is such a, it's in really, I don't, it hasn't been tested well enough, I guess, but look at some of these shorts that it's looking at. Completely contrary to the market. Lots of stocks now falling. Yes. Little. There's a huge topping tail for the GPMT. I mean, it's right with the SPY. So the SPY now is finally starting to make a move, guys. Let's see if this holds. So this area right here, can it hold? I have shorted CYHS 420 right here. I'm answering Trader AI. Is that somebody from Trade Ideas or just just what you're calling yourself? Yeah, you see, it may be a little confusing, Trader AI. We have a okay, okay. Just wanted to make sure it wasn't somebody from Trader or Trade Ideas. That's okay. Um, yeah, we have a trading room also. You know that I'm talking. Most of the active traders are in there. So I'll just put. I mean, this is what I was talking about. This is an experimental AI segment called less than 20. Well, looking at stocks less than 20. So when the market started to move, I thought, okay, that's why I took the CYH. Yeah, we thought we were sort of plateauing somewhat in Italy. So that's not good news at all, no. Mother Earth, Gaia, is on the move here. Oh my gosh, I've got to do my video. Just a minute, please. It's 1:17. I usually start around 1:10. So I have to do my video right now, guys. I definitely want to do it today. So, all right. So we'll see you at about 1:50, okay? All right, guys, I'm back. And as I was doing my video, the CYH, I did cover a little bit right at 4. Now this one has moved all the way down to 373. Remember, I'm in at 420 on a short. 420 on a short for the CYH. Bobby Titus in the trading room. Trouble logging into your trading room. Let me just see. I want to make sure you're using the right link. Give me a second, please. I just want to make sure. I'm not sure how I can help you if this link doesn't work for you, but okay, there's the link again. So I'm not sure how I can help you. You might have to go to to our tech support. Well, CYH, listen, I thought maybe I was going to get 15 cents max out of it. Now, the marketing meeting is at 2 o'clock, so I will be in the marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. I'll still be in the room. Can answer questions text-wise. I just have to put myself on mute, though. What? MJ giving up some of the gains? How's Tilray doing right now? So Tilray peaked. Just watching some of the other, wow, some really nice shorts now. It's funny because here's the time, all the alerts, and I was saying to myself, how come? Because this is not a short strategy at all. There are several strategies in here. This happens to be obviously downward dog and downward momentum are two of them, but there are a lot of long strategies. And I was thinking to myself, is it working at all today? Because it wasn't taking advantage of any of the market gains at the beginning. And then all of a sudden these shorts started pouring in. Obviously helped with the market just drifting a little bit. I mean, it's not nothing fun. It's not catastrophic or anything, but a couple of bars right there, the first ones we've really seen today. But green bar forming, obviously be incredibly bullish if it took out the highs. Yes, I am. I covered some just at 4 and just in this area here, and I'm just waiting to see if it can remain below 4. There are none. This is a developmental AI looking at stocks underneath $20. Okay, and it's not just a matter of putting a filter on the other AIs for stocks less than $20. I know I keep saying developmental. Maybe one day it'll be brought to the as another AI segment. Right now, all I'm using it for is a watch list. But to be honest, that's all I really use the AI for. It's for me, it is just a watch list. I shouldn't say just a watch list, but I mean it's a watch list. Well, this one, now this could be interesting, guys. MEOH, it could be interesting. Of course, this was on my watch list as a potential long play, long carry. I mean, it's had 2 great days, MEOH. The only way it would trigger on the watch list is if it took this out right here, 1171, which is about $1 away. But, you know, I'd be watching this. The longer it bases here, and if it moves down, this could be a nice little short, MEOH. Okay. Well, if the volatility remains like this, you've caught it at an incredibly volatile time, of course. Once the market, if the market slows down, settles down a little bit, you might start finding that it's too boring. But I may be completely wrong. Only you will see. But when you get the big ranges, right, but right now, imagine if this, were the norm. But even here, I bet you the range is still fairly good. It's just that on my chart, it doesn't look like it. Anyway, you'll see. You will see. I don't know what the MES is. Mid or mini or micro. Thank you. Okay. There we go. So the only thing I'm in right now is this short of CYH. I'm just watching to see how well this holds underneath 4. Obviously, it has room. 350 is the low of yesterday. Somebody asked me about ASTC. Yeah, I mean, no real thoughts. I mean, it had its day, yesterday, obviously, and it may come back into favor, but right now there's nothing to it. Big volume still, low float. Just a minute, please. Well, yeah, but it might take a while for it to come back to 5. You got to remember, did they do that intraday? Okay, did they do that intraday? I think they did, didn't they? I mean, we've always talked about this. Yeah, it's a scummy thing, I think, for companies to announce financings intraday, but so destroys a lot of goodwill. But you're right, it could come back to 5. Okay, the only thing I see with DAL, these two bottoming tails, so maybe it's bottomed out. You know, you probably have a lot of that wouldn't be bad. I mean, if it get back up to that area, it's so dependent on the SPY. You know, you have to watch the market. You know, it dropped with the market, really. You know, but I mean, those are nice bottoming tails, but 33.68, there's the high of that red candle. Maybe if it took that out, it might have a chance to, you know, reclaim some of this, but it's so dependent on the SPY. You know, the cruisers and the airlines. SPY's not doing badly though. I mean, it had to pull back and now a little bit of a pull up here. See if it can get back up to these levels. THMO. We do have a dog in the background. Also a cat. I think you might be hearing my cat. Unless it's barking, then it's the dog. I can't hear. I've got sort of noise cancellation on my earphones. All right, ribbon, RBBN. A little bit of a pop at a consolidation for RBBN. It's not a low float, not a huge amount of volume, 3 times normal. Well, I flipped back and forth. There's so much happening. But THMO, I was talking about it. This was actually, you know, this was another short from the one under 20 from yesterday, and I can't remember where it shorted it at, but it turned out to be a tremendous percentage move. Now this had a bunch of rumor, I think, a couple of days ago, some rumors on the THMO. I think that's why it popped up. It was also an earnings play on the 24th. So I'm all out of everything now, guys. The CYH, you know, was flirting with 5 or 4 underneath. I'm all out of it now. So I'm holding nothing right now. Yeah, Dan. Well, I absolutely cannot recommend anything. I'm sorry. If I said, well, you should get out of it now, you're way below your stop, and then it pops a dollar in the next minute, so you've basically, I mean, it's tough. It's awfully tough, but you've basically answered your question and having to have a stop. Real, I see your question or your comment, and there. I mean, has been talked about. It's not that they're dismissing it totally. But thank you for that. I gave it to you. You weren't listening, I guess. I said that it's so. At one point, they had some bottoming tails here, and so if you're, I don't know what you're looking for, to buy it or to short it, but it's so dependent on the market, what the market's doing. So the market's trying to put in another little red bar. If this market moves down, I mean, nothing. Well, nothing is going to help it. If the market moves down, I almost can guarantee that DAL will move down too. But right now, I mean, look, the market is kind of, moved down, a little up, moved down. So market doesn't know what direction exactly it wants to go short term. So, but I mean, I wouldn't be going long this now. No way. I mean, you've got a red bar there. You've almost got a green bar ignored if you discount the bottoming tail. So, we've all done it though, Dan. Okay, you're not alone. I mean, I know it's awfully hard to have to sit through that, but we've all been there before, and you've heard me say it a million times. I know it doesn't help now, but you can't, when you're in something speculative, well, listen, the whole market is speculative right now. You cannot not walk away from it. Go, as you say, walk the dog, make a sandwich. You can't do it. Especially something like, and again, I'm not picking on you, but this is, for everybody's benefit. I mean, ACST. In fact, well, it's funny because it's not, no, it wasn't that one. Which one was it? The ASTC, sorry, ASTC. Look at the float, 3.6 million in the float. So when you have something that has such a low float, yeah, the things can be a rocket ship up, and they can be a double rocket ship down. So you can't walk away. Well, I also saw it here, as I've said. By the way, guys, I'm going to have to go into this marketing meeting pretty soon, so let me just get the announcement here. So before I go in, I'm just waiting for the meeting to start. But no, this came from here. Okay. Again, this is this developmental AI segment that is still under development, looking for stocks under 20. And I happen to notice I didn't get it at 433. I actually took it at 420. But yeah, the market was starting to, even if the market wasn't starting to drift down, this was running counter to the market. So I thought, okay. I actually went into that one thinking, okay, if I make 10 or 15 cents on it, I'd be happy. I mean, I made more than that because it, broke down underneath four, but I mean, what I might start doing, I mean, I might start flashing this a little bit more often. Those of you who are interested, you can always just jot down. I mean, this has been pretty active today. Sometimes there's only about five alerts. Well, that first AI alert again is kind of making signs maybe this time. That's that first AI alert, guys, the one I've been watching forever. All right, guys, the meeting has started. Whoa, okay, guys, I'm now back, and let me get rid of this. Okay, so again, I'm interested in that very, very, very first AI alert. You got a little, it's still a little bit spready. Might be an interesting one to see what happens with it tomorrow, even. And I see the market is, boy, the market is so strong still, kind of shook off. I actually thought maybe this was going to be, not the end, but that candle there and then slowly drift down. I think that if we'd broken that level there, we might have seen a lot more selling. But look at this. I mean, we're still up. We might even get up 5%. Wow, look at this. I mean, this I'm out of it now, but 433 down to 378. I'm looking at some of these. I found it very interesting. I think I may have mentioned this just before I went on the marketing call, but I found it very interesting that here are all the alerts from this one. Oops. No, it's a little. This is on my AWS. Okay, all short. And I was thinking to myself, man, maybe it was broken. Maybe I wasn't. Maybe there was something wrong with it because it's a developmental one. And I thought maybe it was broken because I would have thought there'd be some long plays. Look at all the short calls on that less than 20. So I think what I'll do with that, is to, tomorrow, going forward, I'll probably leave it up for a bit. So if you guys want to jot down some of the alerts and the prices, you can do so and you can trade them accordingly. And guys, I will be shutting down around 3 o'clock. So again, I'll say later if there are questions, but otherwise I will be shutting the room down around 3. So I'll put that message in here right now. I like the number of alerts. We've got. In both the AI today and my watch list, to be honest. I mean, I like the idea of having fewer alerts. You can go ahead and trade till 4 if you want, Michael. I'm just going to shut the room down at 3. My day is not over at 3. Okay, I still have a lot of stuff to do. I have another couple hours usually. So, but you can certainly keep trading. I really didn't go over too much in Brokerage Plus today. Didn't have really that much time. Let's take a trade here. Here's a conditional trade, okay? Using the chart, I'm going to put a click on the buy button, and I'll drop it right there. As I say, I'm going to drop it right there. It always helps to be connected. Okay, I'm going to drop it right there. Okay, so there is a conditional trade order at 11.92 that I just placed right on the chart. There is a stop down here, 11.44. There is a profit target 50 cents away, and all of this can be adjusted, of course. I can drop it. If I wanted to take the trade right now, I can just drop it down. right to the price, and it'll take the trade. So now it took the trade. Automatically share sized based on the stop I had. And now, of course, I can, if I want, I can move my stop up. I can move it maybe up to a more appropriate area that I consider on the chart. Kind of treating it like it's a trailing stop right on the chart. If this trade started to work and it started getting closer to that 1242, of course I could just keep moving I could move my target up, keep moving my target up also. Okay. So when you say, can you pull up the stream via the Trade Ideas Pro platform, are you talking about the YouTube stream? What stream are you talking about exactly? And can you hear me? Yeah, well, only have to do it one time. I mean, it's right from the trading room. Well, you have to log in every day, but yeah, right from the not from the trading room, from our homepage. Not unlike, I mean, you must have done it already because you're in the room, right? Maybe I'm misunderstanding the question. So when you go to our homepage, there, trading room, and then you just click on that, and then you're in. Is that what you meant? Maybe I'm not understanding what you mean through the platform itself. You're talking about from within here? No. Oh, I see. Well, okay. I I think they changed the link. I think if you click on load, or sorry, go to new and then channel bar, and then the trading room, I have a feeling they changed it to the YouTube feed. For some reason, people seem to have a difficult time logging into the room. I think they might have changed that to the YouTube feed. I see what you mean. It used to be that, yeah, you could just go right here. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know any way around it. I mean, yeah, you have to go to the homepage then and just click on the. I do it every morning. That's what I have to do every morning too. I have no other special way of getting into the trading room. I just do that every morning. And boy, look at this CYH move. I wish I still had a chunk of this left. Look at this move. Well, guys, what is tomorrow going to bring? Looks like we're going to have, knock on wood, we know I have another hour and a bit to go for the market, but knock on wood, another positive day in the SPY, taking out last week's high right now, so far. Last week's high was 256.90, so we're a little bit, just about a point above last week's high. Next level, another 30 points, 288. And we've got the job numbers kind of out of the way, at least this week's job numbers, such as they are. Oops. Your first day in the room or trading? All day chaos. All right, guys, it's 2:51, so just a few more minutes left for me. Boy, this wouldn't surprise me if we pop through the high. Wouldn't surprise me at all if we pop through the high in the SPY. And what's the market up 1,000? Okay. If I do anything later on in the day, it might be with that very first AI alert. I'm watching it like a hawk here to see if it's going to take off. So it doesn't matter now. It's obviously it's the BSGM. Talk about it now. Has some room. Big day. Lots of volume for it. I actually don't see any. I see it had some news yesterday. Yeah, it is a virus play. It is a virus play, so we'll see. I don't have a lot of trust in these little virus plays anymore, but might have an end of day, last hour little pop. So for some reason I have this. This is this is a down alert. SIG on the way down now. I had this alert. I don't know why. I can't remember anymore. This BSGM might be getting ready. The spread is actually pretty good. A penny! I don't think it's been a penny all day. All right, so this is, again, this was just a practice one. Just wanted to show you guys how you can trade right from the chart using the buy button. If you don't have that buy and short button on on the chart, if you don't have the similar tab, please make sure you download the latest beta. You can download the latest beta right from here, subscriptions, and right there, download. Then you'll have the similar tab and you'll have the buy and short buttons right on the chart. Myself, I have three 32-inch monitors. And I'm going to call them 2K. No, years ago, somebody scolded me for calling them 2Ks. Where is that guy? I can't even remember his name anymore. Somebody will remember. No, it wasn't Dusty. No. No, he used to be in the room all the time. Can't remember his name. Guys, it looks like we're going to make a new high here in this buy. I'm going to give this one more, just a little bit longer, this BSGM, see if it can get a bit of 530. I think if it gets a bit of 530, it might have a run. But other than that, then I'll just forget about it. All right, guys, it is now just about 3 o'clock. Are there any other questions? I say I will stick around if there are questions. If not, I will shut the room down at 3. So if you have any questions, I'll certainly stick around, but otherwise I will shut the room down. All right, guys. Well, what a day. And what will tomorrow bring? So I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. Hope everybody has a great evening, and we will see you in the trading room tomorrow. Bye-bye. Okay.